All right. We're getting the nod from the gate. We're ready to start off our show with our prospect steer and heifer show. I'll tell you a few changes in the program once we get rolling, but we should be starting in here with our steers, I believe. Our first entry will be number 1101, Ned, shown by Cajun Sauter from Fairlight, Saskatchewan, and entry number 1100, Sterling from Brook Collins, Oakview Simmentals from Darlingford, and entry 1105, Kinsley Peters from Big Sky Simmentals at Rivers, Manitoba. And that's if you're following along in the program, we had Chet McDonald from Portage. We had his steer and heifer switched around in our entries there, so we moving things around a little bit, and Chet will come in the next split of the prospect steers, and that's brought Kinley up from the second split. For our judges, our steers in this class are from 696 pounds to 822 pounds.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and start the day off here with a nice group of steer calves. We're going to go ahead and lead the class with this nice blue steer up front. For us, he's easily at the top of this class. You really have to appreciate how tidy he is through that front end, the depth to that midsection, and he's got quite a bit of hip in him. I do have to say that all three of these steers are moving quite nicely out here today, and that's something that we value pretty highly. Moving into the steer in second place, a steer that you really do have to appreciate for that front third, how tidy he is. We'd just like to set him down a little bit more in that midsection, maybe make him a bit bolder throughout that rib to compete with the steer above him. Rounding out the class, a very nice steer. We'd maybe just like to stretch him out a little bit through that front third and tidy him up in that chest floor to stand any higher, but a very nice group of prospect steers.
So coming back into our championship out of this split will be entry number 1100, Sterling from Brook Collins, Oakview Simendals of Darlingford. And entry number 1105, Legacy from Kinley Peters of Rivers, Manitoba. In third place was Ned from Prairie Belle Speckle Park, Cajun Solder, Fairlight, Saskatchewan. So if you're following in the book, Kinley Peters from the second split moved up to the first when we got things sorted out, and then Chet McDonald, his steer rather came down, so he'll be number 1109 coming into this split. First in the ring should be 1106, Black Licorice, 60N, 5B Farms, Nora Birmingham from Forest. Entry 1107, FB from 5B Farms, Bella Birmingham from Forest, Manitoba. Entry 1108, 5B 4N from 5B Farms, Bella Birmingham from Forest. And entry 1109, Chet McDonald from Portage La Prairie, Manitoba. And the steers in this class are from 842 pounds to 890 pounds.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and start this second class out with this smoky steer here up front. He's one that you really have to appreciate up through that front third. We really like the neck extension and the tidiness throughout that front end. He's got great depth, and he's out here moving freely. You really have to appreciate the hip and how nicely he carries down into that stifle area. This is a steer that I could see doing very well in the future. Moving into our second place, a steer that follows quite handily for us. We'd maybe just like to see a little bit more heel in this calf. That foot is meeting the ground just a little bit funny sometimes, and that may not be too big of an issue for what his future holds, but for us, we'd just like to see him moving a little bit differently to compete higher. These bottom two steers in this class really pair up quite nicely with each other. We feel they're maybe just lacking a little bit of the overall shape and dimension to compete with the two above them in class, and the steer that's going to round out our class is maybe just getting a little bit high in his loins when he's out here moving for us, but overall a very nice group of steers.
Thank you. So coming back from the second split of prospect steers, entry number 1108, 5B 4N from Bella Birmingham of Forest, and entry number 1109, Chet McDonald's entry from Portage La Prairie, Manitoba. I think our top two steers out of the first split are just getting themselves organized to come back in the ring, and we'll have our judges declare a champion and reserve champion prospect steer. So coming back from our first split should be entry number 11, Sterling from Brooke Collins of Oakview Simmentals at Darlingford, Manitoba. And entry 1105, Kinley Peters with Legacy, Big Sky Simmentals at Rivers, Manitoba. And then the two from the second split that were still in the corner of the ring, 1108, 5B, 4N, Bella Birmingham from Forest, and entry 1109, an entry of Chet McDonald from Portage La Prairie. Our judges this morning on this prospect show are Cody Carson and Bobby Joe Foster, two young people that have been involved in the cattle show world here for a lot of years. And it's not that many years ago that these guys were on the halter out here in these junior shows. And it's great to see them come back and judging and sharing their knowledge with these young exhibitors coming up. So thank you, Cody and Bobby Joe. We certainly appreciate your time here today to sort through these cattle.
I think we have 4 really impressive steers out here in our champion drive, and each one of these juniors should be very proud of the animal that they've brought out today. I'm going to go ahead and select the 2 that I find the most impressive in terms of structure, body size, attractiveness, and just overall the most impressive calf out here. So I'll go and select my grand and then reserve.
Our grand champion prospect steer, entry number 1108, 5B4N from Bella Birmingham, 5B Farms, Limited, Forest, Manitoba. And our reserve is entry number 1100, Sterling, shown by Brooke Collins, Oakview Simmental from Darlingford, Manitoba. Congratulations to our champion and reserve champion prospect steer in the 2025 Manitoba Ag X. We'll be lining things up to bring in our prospect heifer class. We've just got a couple of entries in this class, but it's exhibitors that just had steers in the ring too, so they'll be coming right back in. We've got entry number 1110, Nova, an 822-pound heifer shown by Cameron Armstrong from Armstrong Simmentals, Elm Creek, Manitoba. And entry 1103 from Chet McDonald, a 708 pounds from Portage La Prairie, Manitoba. We have birth dates of February 11th and February 15th on these two heifers. Following this prospect heifer class, we'll roll into our junior showmanship classes and our junior classes. We'll have a couple of rings going here, and we'll be sorting cattle on both ends and trying to keep track of it up here. I got a couple ladies that are keeping track on paper and pointing me in the right direction, and I'll try and get things announced as we move through.
Okay, we've only got a couple entries for this prospect heifer show today, so I'm just going to go out here and select the heifer that Bobby and I find is moving nice and freely, and is very tidy through the front end, and just overall very impressive female.
So your grand champion prospect heifer, entry number 1110, Nova from Cameron Armstrong at Armstrong Simmentals, Elm Creek, Manitoba. And your reserve champion prospect heifer, entry number 1103, an entry of Chet McDonald from Portage La Prairie, Manitoba. Congratulations to all our exhibitors. As we roll into these showmanship classes and the rest of our junior show, I'd like you to just take a look on the inside pages of these show programs. Talks about the sponsors of these classes, Klondike Farms, Manitoba Ag Services, FCC, Mazer Group. Huge sponsorship from great community organizations. And we do have a Tourden scholarship as well from Tourden Wealth Management, and it's available to all the participants in the all-breed showmanship. The winner will receive a Tourden scholarship valued at $2,500 towards their further education. So huge support for these young people as they're moving into the next phases of their life. And we'll talk about that as we go a little bit. But I just wanted to, before we start, well, I had a minute, talk about the sponsors that contribute to this and allow us to put on a show of this caliber here. Okay. Do you want to sit here? So, and then you can tell me where I'm going. We'll be starting with the intermediate showmanship in the North Ring and the junior showmanship in the South Ring. So we'll be flipping pages up here, and it'll be confusing to this old dude that's on the mic, but we'll try and get everybody announced in the right order as they come in. Can do. All right. Split number one, junior showmanship, 006, Finlay Angus from Beausejour, Manitoba. Entry number 44, Kinsley Muir, Cypress River, Manitoba. Entry number 40, Corbin Martinson from Mydale, Saskatchewan. 87, Declan Ray from Binscarth, Manitoba. And entry 54, Jasmine Sesse from Cleefield, Manitoba. And if I pronounce your name wrong, I apologize. Once again, we got Bobby Joe Foster and Cody Carson judging in our south ring where our juniors are. In our north ring, the intermediates are ready to come in here in a minute. And Alice Rook from Alexander, Manitoba will be judging down there. And once again, another exhibitor that has moved up through the junior ranks and showed at lots of our shows here in the last several years, and now contributing back by judging and working with our young exhibitors today. So thank you to all our judges for their time. We can't put on a show without having judges here. So we have our first split in intermediate showmanship coming in. We have entry number 58, Dane Tober from Oxbow, Saskatchewan. Entry 85, Ty Eade from Wawota, Saskatchewan. Avery Perkis from Treehorn, Manitoba. Entry number 86. And entry 18, Abby Durockney from Haywood, Manitoba. It appears from here that entry 86, Avery Perkis, is a scratch from this split.
Okay, so we're going to get started with our junior showmanship class here. First of all, I would just like to say that this whole class of juniors did a fantastic job out here. I'm going to lead the class off with this young man with this red bred heifer. I think it's evident out here that he's worked with this heifer a lot at home, and he always had her set up to the best of his ability. He knew everything that I asked him, all of the information about the animal. The one pointer that I would give him is just to make sure that he does pull that comb out when I come around and touch your animal. Moving into second here is a young lady who did a fantastic job. She definitely had her eye on us the whole time that she was in the ring, presented that heifer to the best of her ability. Maybe just didn't know some of the answers to the questions in comparison to the young man that stood in front of her today, but overall a fantastic job. Moving down the line here, this young person did a fantastic job as well. The calf actually spooked coming into the ring, and they held on really well and didn't let the frustration show through on their face. Maybe just didn't know a couple of the questions that I had asked for information on the calf, but overall a great job, and they also combed after I touched their animal. Moving down the line here with this Speckle Park steer, this young man with the Speckle Park steer, he did a fantastic job. Maybe just a couple pointers, just make sure that you're looking at the judge and aware of where we are in the ring at the time. Maybe just stay out of the neckline of that animal a little bit, but overall fantastic job out here. Moving down the line is a young man who did a great job as well. My pointer for him would maybe just to keep his eyes on us, but overall, a really great class of junior showmanship.
Thank you, Bobby. So coming back out of that first split of juniors, entry number 40, Corbin Martinson from Mydale, Saskatchewan, and entry 44, Kinsley Muir from Cypress River. They'll come back in our championship round. It's going to be a little bit because we get 7 or 8 splits of juniors in the show today. So a great turnout of young exhibitors that'll move through.
First split today of our intermediate juniors over here. Really great class of 3 individuals. They've got their animals prepared. I appreciate it's the end of the week, so these animals are a little more fussy than what they would have been earlier in the week. So these guys did a really good job handling the animals. I went through and talked to each of them individually, really keeping an eye on where the judge is, presenting the heifer at all times and making sure that that individual can see the animals from where they are. Make sure you're prepared when you come in the show ring. You know, how you present yourself is also important as to how you're presenting your animal. Make sure you have the right equipment and you're ready to go when you come in the ring. These 3 juniors did very, very well. Very impressive group so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. And coming back out of that first split of intermediates is entry number 85, Taid from Wawota, Saskatchewan, and 58, Dane Tober from Oxbow. And in third place in that split was Abby Durockney from Haywood, Manitoba. And I believe in our south ring, we're moving in with our second split of juniors. We should have entry number 65, Emma Wilcox from Treeherne, Manitoba. Entry 11, Riley Nicolation with a Bolton Angus entry from Wawota, Saskatchewan. 22, Paisley Barron, Hidden Lake Stock Farms, Carberry, Manitoba. The entry of Owen Angus is a scratch. And we have number 13, Jaylyn Lynch from Extreme Speckled Park of Redvers, Saskatchewan. This is the 9-year-old split in our junior showmanship. And our second split in the intermediates are coming in as well. We have Angelique Massenon from Haywood, Manitoba. Abby Snowden, entry number 94 from Carberry, Manitoba, Hidden Lake Stock Farms. Cole Hewitt from Wawota, Saskatchewan, representing Moorhaven Farms. And entry 74, Bryson, oh, I'm not sure how you say that one, Bryson Rydick, Cypress River, Manitoba, with Nolan Cattle Company. Somebody wants to tell me how to pronounce that name, I would try a better shot at it. Apologize if I get your names wrong. All right, Bryson. They've told me how to say your last name. It's Redyke. Bryson Redyke from Cypress River, Manitoba. Well, our judges are sorting through. I want to take a minute and thank the volunteers that helped drive this show. This junior show is a huge show. There's a ton of kids in it. These two young women up on the stage here with me today are the major organizers. They get this thing rolling, keep things organized, keep me on track. But we've got marshals getting the kids in the right order. We've got ring people helping them out in the ring. These are all volunteers that could be at home doing other things, but they all come to town to help us put on Manitoba Ag X and to make sure these juniors have a good show. So as you're going about your day and you see these people working with these kids, helping them down their path, stop for a minute and thank them for what they do, because it'd be awful hard to do this without the dozens of volunteers that drive this organization.
Okay, another class of junior showmanship here, and all of these 4 juniors are doing a great job out in the ring today. A couple, I guess, broad term suggestions for the remainder of showmanship today. Just make sure that you guys are using the whole ring. We have a very large ring here, so use all the space that you possibly can. So that's for this class, and also just moving on throughout the day. Just make sure you're using the whole ring. But I'm starting out with this young lady here with this heifer calf. She had her eyes on me the whole time she was in the ring. She's confident, she's proud. She makes sure to stand outside of that heifer's neckline so that I can see exactly the presentation of the female. She knew every question that I had to ask, and she's just doing a great job out here. This young lady follows her quite well. Had that heifer set up the whole time, made sure that she was looking at me, looks like she's having fun out here. One suggestion that I would make is just maybe make sure that you just comb your calf just right after, but you did a great job. Moving down the line, this young lady is kind of having a hard time with this bred heifer, but she's doing a great job and making sure to not show her frustration. However, she didn't comb after I touched it, but I understand that it's a challenging process when the heifer isn't wanting to fully cooperate with you, but you guys are all doing a great job out here. Moving down the line, this young lady did a fantastic job. She knew answered every question that I had asked her. She maybe is just standing in that heifer's neckline just a little bit when she's on the move and also in side profile, so that would be my one tip for her. While I am giving reasons on the mic, Cody is going around to every member and just giving a few tips, because I think it's really important that these junior kids leave here with a few tips that they can take, not only for showmanship, but just also to be in the show ring and show ring etiquette. So great job, guys.
Thank you, Bobby. Coming back out of that split is going to be entry number 22, Paisley Barron, Hidden Lake Stock Farms, Carberry, Manitoba. And entry number 11, Riley Nicolation from Wawota, Saskatchewan, with a Bolton Angus entry. And the other exhibitors were 65, Emma Wilcox from Tree Hearn, and 13, Jaylyn Lynch from Redvers, Saskatchewan.
Another really great class of juniors. I went through and talked to the kids again about different pointers on their own animals. Again, like it's the end of the week, these cattle are fussy, and it's about how you handle them in those times. And I think that the 2 up front of this class were really aware of how their animals were set up. Even if they were fussing, they could pull them in and get them corrected pretty quick. This class, I talked to each of them about space, especially the front and the back of the class. You guys have the upper hand on where you're going to stop those animals. You want to be up front and giving yourself lots of space to give them the room to perform and show off all their attributes. So make sure you're watching where you're parking them. And also the extension, I really appreciate the juniors getting out in front of these cattle. When they're leading them, it's about presenting yourself as well as the animal. When you get out in front of them, you have control of them and you have control of the situation, and I appreciate that front end extension on the lead rope as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. Coming back out of the second split of the intermediates, entry number 94, Abby Snowden from Carberry, Manitoba, and entry number 77, Cole Hewitt from Wawota, Saskatchewan. The other exhibitors, Bryson Redyke, Cypress River, Manitoba, and Angelique Massanon from Haywood, Manitoba. I believe we should have split 3 of the juniors coming in. Should be number 76, Blake Hunter from Roblin, Manitoba. 39, Cooper Early from Austin, Manitoba. Number 9, Bella Birmingham from Forest, Manitoba. 72, Braden Stepler, Miami, Manitoba. And entry 53, Castleton Scott from Oakview, Manitoba. Split number 3 of the intermediates. Number 7, Cameron Armstrong from Elm Creek, Manitoba. Number 43, Jake Mitchell Stout from Vibank, Saskatchewan. And entry 81, Sawyer Morrison from Treeherne. And we're just realizing now that entry 42, Madeline Waxwell Blanchard, is a scratch. 3 entries in this class, Alice. There you go. Wait a minute. We got somebody else coming in here. There we go. 42, Madeline Maxwell Blanchard. Welcome. There. Now we have 4, Alice.
Very competitive class of junior showmanship out here. The young man at the beginning of the class, he just did a fantastic job out here. He always had his eye on me. He made sure to set up that female when she was on the move and not stand there and poke her feet, so I really appreciate that. He knew every question that I asked, and I had even asked what she's bred to, and he knew that answer as well. So he's doing a great job, and I can see that this young show person will go far. Moving into second, this young lady did a very, very good job. She followed him very closely. The only tip that I would have for her is just maybe make sure that your calf is set up all the time, but you did a great job. Always had your eye on us, and very confident, and yeah, be very proud of what you did out here today. Moving into third, this young man did a fantastic job out here. This heifer was maybe just giving him a little bit of trouble, but he knew every answer to the questions that I had asked, and made sure to comb his animal after I had touched her. Maybe one tip too is just make sure that you're standing outside of her neckline when you have her on side profile, just so that I can get a good view of that female, but great job. Moving in here with the young man with the white heifer, he did a great job as well. He knew every answer to the questions that I had asked. Maybe just make sure to have your eye on the judge a little bit more, but you did a great job out here. And following out the class is this young man with this Hereford bred heifer. He did a great job out here. Maybe didn't quite have the answers to the questions that I was looking for, and maybe didn't quite have her set up all the time, but you should be really proud of how you guys showed out here today. Good job.
Thank you, Bobby. So coming back out of that third split of juniors, entry number 72, Braden Stepler, Miami, Manitoba, and entry number 9, Bella Birmingham from Forest, Manitoba. We also had Blake Hunter from Roblin, Cooper Early from Austin, and Castleton Scott from Oakview, Manitoba. Split 4, junior showmanship, coming in this south ring, entry 84, Wilson Lehman from Chaplin, Saskatchewan, representing Melba Stock Farms. 17, Kirsten Davey from Westburn, Manitoba, Maplehurst Farms. 68, Reed Duguid from Beausejour, Manitoba, with an entry from J. Morandi Livestock. 29, Riley Hunter from Roblin, Manitoba, with Hunter Charlet. And 56, Chloe Stocky from Fisher Branch, Manitoba, with an entry from Green Ridge Farms. Split 4, junior showmanship.
This was a great split of showmanship over here. I'd say all 4 of these showmen had a really good handle on their animals. There was a little fussing with the calves, and I appreciate again that these animals are getting tired of the week. I'd say what sets this class apart, the lady in first here, I really liked how she moves with the speed of the heifer. She's not in a rush. She knows her animal very well. She's really in pace with her calf, and I think that shows in the calmness and the setup of this animal. She's done a lot of work at home, and I appreciate that. That is part of showmanship. Gentleman in second, again, really quick to set up. Really appreciate how his eyes are always on the judge and everything in the ring that's happening, being aware of his surroundings. And I'd say that's what sets him apart from the lady in third here. Just the fuss of the heifer sometimes takes your attention away from other things that are in the ring, but she's doing a really good job. In fourth in this class, we have a lady who's done a really good job at getting this heifer ready. Just a little bit of a rush getting in the ring and being in the right place, and I think that carried through the class. But all 4 of these guys did a really good job. Congratulations.
Thank you, Alice. Coming back out of split 3 in the intermediates, number 91, Cameron Armstrong, Elm Creek, Manitoba, and entry number 43, Jake Mitchell Stout from Vibank, Saskatchewan. We also had Sawyer Morrison from Treeherne and Madeline Maxwell Blanchard from Boissevain in that split. Here comes our fourth split of intermediate showmanship. Entry number 46, Talia Perot from Alameda, Saskatchewan. Entry 28, Kate Heinsberg, Rapid City, Manitoba. 30, Avery Jerry, Eden, Manitoba. 82, Damian Seymour from Treeherne, Manitoba. And entry number 1, Chase Airy from Rivers, Manitoba. Just a reminder for those watching the show that the provincial exhibition has a 50-50 raffle running. The draw will be at noon today. You can buy tickets online at the provincial exhibition website, and there's also posters around the building here. Have a QR code. You can just scan that quick on your phone. It'll take you right there, and you can get in and get a chance to take home a little cash at the end of the day and support the provincial exhibition in putting on these shows. Did a little digging, and the 50-50 pot is at $2,505. The winner taking home $1,252. So if you want a chance at that, find one of those little posters with the QR code, log on there and buy, or head to the Provincial X website. It'll take you right there. You can contribute. The draw's in a couple of hours here, and we'll announce it. And somebody will go home with at least $1,252.
What a competitive class of junior showmen out here. I'm starting off the class here with this young lady with this Hereford bred heifer. She did a fantastic job. She's very confident. You can tell that this heifer has been worked with at home, and that's definitely a big thing with showmanship, is ensuring that the work is done beforehand so that you don't have to sit there and poke at their feet and you can just walk them into place. I really like seeing junior members using that technique instead of poking at their feet, because it has been a long week. And these cattle can get pretty grumpy pretty quickly, so that's one thing that I really appreciated about this young lady. I had some questions for her, and she actually even told me the due date of this female as well as what she's bred to. So I really appreciate that. She knew all the information, and she did a fantastic job out here. This young man here with the Semitol heifer calf did a fantastic job. He followed her very, very closely. In these tougher classes, it's like splitting hairs between placings, so everybody did a great job. It's so hard to decide placings when it's a competitive class like this one, but this young man always made sure to have that female set up for us. He's outside of her neckline, which I really appreciate. He was turning around in the ring the right way. He was doing everything right. He did maybe have those front feet just a little bit off a couple times, and that's maybe what put him behind the young lady here with this Hereford bred heifer, but overall, a fantastic top two. Moving down the line is this young lady with this Semitol female. She did a fantastic job as well. I did actually come back and ask these two next members what these animals were bred to, and she knew that, and she told me right away, and she made sure that she had the necessary information when coming into the ring, as well as turning the right way. And maybe just what put her behind today is maybe just the fact that she maybe didn't have her set up fully in comparison to the top two, but overall did a fantastic job. Moving down the line, this young man did a great job as well. He always made sure to be setting that heifer up on the move, which I really appreciate. He maybe didn't know the last question that I had asked, and that's totally okay. But just a tip for you guys is, I don't know what she's bred to, so you guys can pretty much tell me anything. But yeah, you did a fantastic job out here, bud. You always made sure to keep your eyes on us, and did a great job. Moving down the line, this young lady also did a fantastic job. She maybe just wasn't quite as confident in comparison to the rest of the class, but always made sure that female was set up, always knew every answer to every question that I asked, and yeah, this whole class should be very proud of the way that they showed in here today. Good job, guys.
Thank you, Bobby. Coming back out of split 4, entry 56, Chloe Stockey from Fisher Branch, and entry 68, Reed Duguid, Beausejour, Manitoba. The rest of that class was Wilson Lehman from Chaplin, Kirsten Davey from Westburn, and Riley Hunter from Roblin, Manitoba. We'll give the mic to Alice, and we'll hear about the intermediate split.
This was a fantastic class of showmen here today. Splitting hairs on this class in some respect. Talked to all of them about the space. I think that this class handled their animals really well. I'd say what separates the gentleman up in first today is he always gave his heifer enough space. He took the big loops, the big circles. When he pulled up into this corner on the backside, he really looped her in and set her up in line with the others. Don't want to hide in the corner, and you set her up really good for that purpose. Splitting hairs in second place, always aware of where the judge is, did a fantastic job, knows her animal really well. Lady in third, I did mention just making sure she extends herself out in front of the animal, and if you've got a slow moving one, wait for your ringman and give her time and move with the animal. I think that she did a really good job today. As we move down the class, this gentleman here knew so much about his animal. He was excited to tell me about it, what she's bred to, when she's bred for, and I really like that, the enthusiasm that you have in your own cattle. That's awesome to bring to showmanship, and it gives you an edge in the class as well. To round out the class, just a heifer that's a bit more fussy here today. maybe taking the attention away from the ring a little bit in keeping control of the animal. Did a really good job in that fact, but just being aware of where the judge is and taking the time to see where your peers are as well. Congratulations.
Thanks, Alice. From that split of intermediates, coming back in first place, Chase Airy, Rivers, Manitoba. Second place, Kate Heinsberg, Rapid City, Manitoba. We also had entry 46, Talia Perot, entry 30, Avery Jury from Eden, Manitoba, and Damian Seymour from Treeherne, Manitoba. I think I'm a little behind in telling you who's in our south ring. We should have our fifth split in there. Entry number 2, Kenzie Arias from Wadena, Saskatchewan. 52, Bryn Scott, Glenewan, Saskatchewan. 98, Maverick Peters from Rivers. And 66, Nixon Smith from Rivers, Manitoba. Entry number 49, Delana Arand is a scratch. We have split 5 in intermediate showmanship. Entry number 57, Carmen Thorgelson from Lundar, Manitoba. Entry 64, Stena Vigfusson, Lundar, Manitoba. Entry 50, Cajun Sauter from Fairlight, Saskatchewan. And 20, Bryson Freakon from Red Bear, Saskatchewan. And entry 47, Kinley Peters from Rivers, Manitoba.
This age division just keeps getting tougher and tougher from every class. So I would just like to say to all the juniors that have came through this ring so far, you guys are doing a fantastic job out here today. Looking forward to the rest of this division as well as moving on to the older. Starting out this class is this young lady here with this Hereford heifer. She always had her set up, always had her eyes on us. One suggestion that I would have for her is maybe just to try to stay out of that heifer's neckline a little bit when she's on the move. But overall, she did a fantastic job, very confident out here, and I think she's going to go far in showmanship in the future as well. Moving in here to second is this young lady here with the shorthorn heifer. She followed her very closely. It gets to splitting hairs in between placings when we get into these older classes. But this young lady did a fantastic job. She had her eyes on us the whole time. She was very confident. She knew every answer to every question that I had asked her. She maybe just didn't have that heifer set up just quite all the time as often as the young lady here in first. But overall, she did a fantastic job. Moving down the line, a young man who did a great job. Tried to stay out of the neckline of the heifer the whole time while he was on the move. I know it can be challenging when they're frustrated and grumpy. They've been here for a whole week, so I know these cattle are ready to go home. But he did a fantastic job. He maybe just didn't have quite the answers to the questions that I was looking for, but he did do a great job out here, and he should be very proud of the way that he presented this female. Rounding out the class is this young man who also did a fantastic job. He had his eyes on us. He knew every answer to every question that I had asked him. The only thing is he maybe just didn't have the animal quite set up every time that I had looked at him, but overall a fantastic class of junior showmanship, and you guys should all be proud of how you presented these animals today.
All right, so coming back out of that fifth split, entry number 2, Kenzie Harris from Wadena, Saskatchewan, and 52, Bryn Scott from Glenewan, Saskatchewan. We also had Maverick Peters from Rivers, and entry 66, Nixon Smith, also from Rivers, Manitoba. We have our sixth split of juniors coming in. Entry number 73, Ellie Nolan, Cypress River from the Nolan Cattle Company. Entry number 21, Madison Nicolation, showing an entry from Easton Deal Angus at Wawota, Saskatchewan. Entry 45, Walker Murray, Madsen Angus, Arden, Manitoba. Number 90, Blake Airy from Rivers, HTA Charlet. And 23, Britt Fornwald from Lampman, Saskatchewan, representing the DK Land and Cattle.
Really great class here today, kind of splitting hairs on these a little bit. I went through and talked to each individual. I'd say that all of these showmen had a really good presence in the ring, gave themselves plenty of space. I'd say the things that set these guys apart up front was their control on the halter. Even if the animal's fussing a little bit when I'm coming up around the cattle, they're not moving them and fussing them more. They're letting the animal settle before they go again to set them up. Down the ring, we can tell that we're getting to the end of the week and there's a little fuss in the cattle, and I think that it was very well handled, very well handled. You had lots of breaks on the calf when it didn't want to, and that was well respected. Down the ring, just a concentration on where the judge is, where the people are in the ring, knowing where you're going to go next, and looking forward and around instead of at the animal at all times. So really good job, you guys.
In split 5, intermediate showmanship, first place, 57, Carmen Thorgelson, Lundar, Manitoba, representing Triple T Diamond Simmental's. In second place, entry number 20, Bryson Freecon from Redvers, representing Ramrod West. We also had Stena Vigfridson from Lundar, Manitoba, Cajun Sauter from Fairlight, Saskatchewan, and Kinley Peters from Rivers, Manitoba. Just want to remind you in your show program on the second page inside, talk about Torden Wealth Management, the scholarship that they put forward for these young people here today. $2,500 scholarship available to all the showmanship competitors. Once they go on to a post-secondary education, these scholarship funds will be activated. And again, this is a huge donation. It's support for several years that's come from Torden Wealth Management, and encourages these young exhibitors as they move into their post-secondary education. And $2,500 is a pretty significant start to the funding for some of these people, and it's great to see the support from Torden Wealth Management, along with our other sponsors as well. All right, intermediate split 6 is in the ring. 35, Tegan Lee from West Hope, North Dakota. Entry 15, Brooke Collins from Darlingford, Manitoba, representing Oakview Simmentals. Entry 92, Andrew Charlton, Weyburn, Saskatchewan. Entry number 8, Kaylin Bartel from Watrous, Saskatchewan, Twin Creek Stock Farms. 95, Lillian Seward, Darlingford, Manitoba, Ama Glen Limousine. I just did a quick count in my program, and there's just a little over 100 exhibitors in this junior show. So for those of you that like to eat steak, it means that the future of the cattle industry is in good hands with these young people coming up. We should be able to continue to eat steak and roast beef for a long, long time. It's great to see such a huge number of junior exhibitors. As with any organization, any activity, if the next generation is bringing it along, we're in good shape for the future.
as the members get older, these classes just keep getting tougher and tougher. So I'm going to start off the class with this young lady here with the Angus bred heifer. She did a fantastic job. You can tell that she's worked with this heifer a lot at home. She walked her right into place every single time. She made sure to have her eye on us. She made sure to stay outside of the heifer's neckline so that we could get a good look at her. She's very confident in the ring. This is a show person that I would gladly ask to help us any day. Moving into second place here is a young lady who followed her quite handily. One thing that maybe just set her a touch behind is she maybe did have that heifer just a little bit stretched here and there, but overall she always had her eyes on us. She was very confident in the ring, and she did a fantastic job out here. Like I said, it's like splitting hairs out here when we get this much competition in a junior showmanship class. Moving into third place here, this young lady did a fantastic job. She maybe just didn't quite have that animal set up exactly how it needed to be at every moment, but she always made sure to have her eyes on us. She knew every answer to every question that I had asked her, very confident in the ring, and she did a great job. Moving down the line, this young lady was very confident in the ring. She made sure to have her eye on us as they were moving around the ring. The one thing that I would suggest for her is she just did forget to comb, unfortunately, today, and that's why she is put in this place. However, she did a fantastic job out here. The young man rounding out the class as well did a fantastic job. He maybe just didn't quite have that animal set up to the best of his ability in comparison to the rest of the juniors in this class, but overall, a very confident and fantastic set of junior showmen.
And coming back, first place, 73, Ellie Nolan, Cypress River, Manitoba. And second, 21, Madison Nicolation. She's showing for Eastendale Angus from Wawota, Saskatchewan. We also had Walker Murray from Arden, Blake Airy from Rivers, and Britt Fornwald from Lampman, Saskatchewan. We have our seventh split of juniors coming in. Entry 97, Cozy Perot from Alameda, Saskatchewan. Entry 93, Hayden Collins from Darlingford, showing for Oakview Simmentals. 91, Nathan Armstrong, Elm Creek, Manitoba. And 55, Bryn Stepler from Miami, Manitoba.
Like I said in the last class, as these junior members get older, the tougher the competition gets. I'm going to start off the class with this young lady here with the Simmental bred heifer. She did a fantastic job. She's confident. She's aware of where we are in the ring. She made sure to answer every question that I had asked her. She is very knowledgeable on the animal, and you can sure tell that she's been put in a lot of work at home with this heifer because she just walks her right into place every single time. Following out is a young man that did a fantastic job as well. It was splitting hairs between you two. The only thing that I would give you a tip for is just make sure that after I touch your animal, you wait till I walk away to comb your heifer, but you did a fantastic job. You can sure tell that you've put in the work at home with this animal as well because you just set her up in place every single time. Following her is a young lady who did a fantastic job as well. Maybe just didn't quite have that calf set up to the best of her ability in comparison to the two ahead of her today, but very confident, very knowledgeable on the animal that she's showing, and she did a fantastic job as well. So a great set of junior showmen out here.
These classes keep getting tougher and tougher. Really great set of showmen out here. Real splitting hairs between these guys. Every single one was knowledgeable on their animal. I'd say that the young lady in first here had control of her animal all the time. I did some moving around when I pulled them into the line. She was always in control. She knew where she was going. She knew what this heifer was about and had a lot of knowledge on her. You can tell there's a lot of work been done and is really in control of that animal. In second, another young lady that had a lot to tell me about this heifer. She knew all about her. She's done the work on her. Just a case of making sure you're up front and always moving into them so you're in control, especially when we're moving around in the line. You know, it can be confusing as to which way you're going sometimes, and just following the lead of the other person and pushing into that heifer and making sure you're in control. Young lady in third, again, splitting hairs, really had control of the animal, had the presence, had the performance, but maybe just not the same halter quality as the two ladies in front of her today. As we go down the class, these two guys on the end, they did a fantastic job. Maybe just not quite the presence in the ring as the guys above her today. Congratulations.
Thanks, Alice. I'm going to back up quick to the last split of the juniors that left. Coming back in first place was Bryn Stepler, second was Nathan Armstrong, and third was Cozy Perot. Now I'll tell you about Alice's class that she just talked about. First in that class was 35, Tegan Lee from West Hope, North Dakota. And second was entry 95, Lillian Seward from Darlingford, Manitoba. Then we had Brooke Collins from Darlingford, Manitoba, Andrew Charlton from Weyburn, Saskatchewan, and Kaylin Bartel from Watrous, Saskatchewan. So I'm just going to talk a little bit quieter here while that heifer sorts herself out. Good job by our young exhibitor. In that split of juniors, this is our 8th split. We have 67, Ty Harris from Wadena, Saskatchewan. We have 62, Delaney Vandersloos from Elm Creek, Manitoba. Number 3, Ivy Allen from Roblin, Manitoba. And 24, Evelyn Burns from Strathclair, Manitoba. In our split 7 of the intermediates, 16, Emily Murray from Westburn, Manitoba. Number 80, Tristan Ray is a scratch. 61, Clara White, Carnduff, Saskatchewan, Three of Diamonds Cattle Company. 78, Ryder Butler, Wawota, Saskatchewan, Moorhaven Farms. And 31, Emily Knutson from Brandon, Manitoba, representing RSK Farms.
I know I may sound like a broken record, but like I said, as the junior members keep getting older, these classes just keep getting tougher and tougher. I'm going to start out the class with this young man with the Hereford heifer calf. He always had this heifer set up exactly how she needed to be presented. He made sure that he was standing outside of the neckline when she was on the move as well as on side profile. He knew every answer to every question that I had asked him. He's doing a fantastic job out here today. Moving into the young lady here with the shorthorn bred heifer, she knew every answer to every question that I had asked her. She had the heifer set up to the best of her ability every time that I seen her side profile. The only thing that I would just give her a tip for is just make sure that when you comb your animal, you wait until I've walked away. But you guys both did a fantastic job. Moving into third place here, a young lady with a Hereford heifer calf. She did a fantastic job out here as well. Knew every answer to every question that I had asked her. Maybe just didn't quite have that calf set up exactly how it needed to be when she was on side profile. Also, I would just say that maybe the show halter is maybe just a touch too big for that calf, and just for safety reasons, that does concern me a little bit. But overall, you did a great job, very confident out here. Moving into our bottom placing today, this young lady did a fantastic job. This heifer calf actually has been causing her a lot of trouble in here, and you know, these cattle are tired. They've been here for a whole week, and I do give her credit. She showed no frustration at all, and she's been doing a fantastic job, and unfortunately, sometimes our animals just don't want to cooperate, but you are doing a great job, and keep your head up, because you will be back, and hopefully your heifer will behave. So thanks so much.
All right, first place, Split 8, Junior Showmanship, entry 67, Ty Harris from Wadena, Saskatchewan. Second place, number 3, Ivy Allen from Roblin, Manitoba. We also had 24, Evelyn Burns from Strathclair with a Twin View Polled Herefords entry, and 62, Delaney Vandersloos from Elm Creek with a Rolandell Ranch entry. I believe that was our final, the 8th split of our juniors was our final split. So they'll be reorganizing things there to come back in. Top 2 from each of 8 splits means there'll be 16 exceptional show people coming into the south ring here in just a couple minutes. I see Pat Wilcox back there. I'm not sure who else is helping sort those out, but we'll be ready to go here momentarily in the championship round of our junior showmanship. I think we've still got in our north ring, we've got a couple more. I think we have a total of 10 splits in the intermediate showmanship, and we're on split 7, I believe, over there. So, like I said, a large number of junior exhibitors bodes well for the future of our industry. Okay, bear with me as I flip pages in the junior splits. From split number 1, entry 40, Corbin Martinson, and entry 44, Kinsley Muir from Cypress River, Manitoba. Split number 2, 22, Paisley Barron, Carberry, Manitoba. And entry 11, Riley Nicolation, showing for Bolton Angus, Wawota, Saskatchewan. Third split, entry 72, Braden Stepler, Miami, Manitoba. And entry number 9, Bella Birmingham from Forest, Manitoba. Split 4, entry 56, Chloe Stockey from Fisher Branch with Green Ridge Farms. Entry 68, Reed Duguid from Beausejour, Manitoba with a J. Morandi Livestock entry. Split 5, entry number 2, Kenzie Harris, Wadena, Saskatchewan, 52, Bryn Scott from Glen Ewan with an entry at Double Cooley Farms. Split 6, 73, Ellie Nolan, Cypress River, Manitoba, entry 21, Madison Nicolation with an entry from Eastondale Angus in Saskatchewan. Split 7, entry 55, Bryn Stepler, Miami, Manitoba. And entry 91, Nathan Armstrong from Elm Creek, Manitoba. Out of split 8, 67, Ty Harris, Wadena, Saskatchewan. And entry number 3, Ivy Allen from Roblin, Manitoba. 16 head, 16 exceptional junior show persons. I do not envy Cody and Bobby Joe's job trying to sort through that group.
Once again, honestly, these guys, these kids that keep coming in, they just get better and better. I think that it's another exceptional group of showmen. Several things in this class that split them apart. I'd say the young lady in first, her presence and performance in the class, she wanted to be here, she was happy to be here, she was out in front, her heifer was a little fussy, but she was handling her very well. She really gave herself a lot of space, had her set up, and was always concentrating on what was going on. Gentleman in second, really appreciate his enthusiasm on this heifer. Had a lot to say about her, and really wanted to be amongst it today. I would say that just to take a look around when we're swapping places in the run here, to make sure you're pulling out, always circling into the heifer, pulling back through your space, and doing a good swap with the person that you're swapping with. In third, I'd say the only difference here on this one, again, had a good control of the animal, had her set up at all times. Just get out in front of that calf, get away from the shoulder. I appreciate sometimes they're heavy-headed, and that can be easier said than done. But when the judge is coming around and you're there to present that calf, make sure you're stood away and they can see you and the calf at all times. When you're on the backside of those kids, we want to be still aware of where the judge is. As we go down the class, just the presence of this showman makes sure you're happy and you want to be here, and we're having a good time. And this lady had very good control of her heifer, had her set up, and a lot of work's gone into her. Just get out in front of that calf and be a presence in the ring. All of you did a fantastic job. Well done.
Okay, coming back, split 7, intermediates. Entry number 16, Emily Murray, Westburn, Manitoba, shown for Westburn Farms. And in second, 78, Ryder Butler from Wawota, Saskatchewan, shown for Moorhaven Farms. In third, 31, Emily Knutson from Brandon, Manitoba, with an entry of RSK Farms. And 61, Clara White, Carnduff, Saskatchewan, for the Three of Diamonds Cattle Company.
Well, how about a round of applause for the junior division of showmanship? The talent in this ring is absolutely outstanding. It was very hard to find placings in these classes, and when we bring the championship drive in, it makes sense because all of these show people are out here are doing a fantastic job from top to bottom. So I hope if you are in this class that you give yourself a pat on the back because you guys are doing a great job, and the future of our industry is strong. With that, I'm going to go out and select the Grand and Reserve Junior Showman. When looking for that, I'm going to pick 2 people that I would be comfortable to hire to show our own cattle and present them the way that we would like them to be presented in the show ring. However, this could go a million different ways. So like I said, I hope everybody is so proud to be out here because you guys are truly doing an amazing job. With that, I'll go out and select my champion junior showman first and then my reserve. Oh.
Your champion junior show person, entry number 55, Bryn Stepler from Miami, Manitoba. And your reserve champion, oops, I flipped to the wrong page here. There we go. Entry 73, Ellie Nolan from Cypress River, Manitoba. Now I'm going to jump you over to the north ring and tell you who's in there. Split 8, intermediates, 79, Kendra Heinsberg, Rapid City, Manitoba. 89, Brenna Fornwald from Lampman, Saskatchewan, DK Land and Cattle. 26, Haley Debenham from Zaner, Saskatchewan, Eden Meadows Farm. 88, Lexi Coburn from Briarcrest, Saskatchewan, Coburn Red Angus. 37, Caden Lichka, Steelman, Saskatchewan, A&L Polled Herefords. And 180, Tyson Porter, Kinestino, Saskatchewan, Porter Simmendals. right, coming into our south ring, senior showmanship, split 1, 36, Laura Seward, Darlingford, Manitoba, Amaclan Limousine. Entry 75, Owen Mittifer, Cypress River, Manitoba, showing for Nolan Cattle Company. 99, Austin Peters, Rivers, Manitoba, Big Sky Simmentals. 34 is Tana Lee from West Hope, North Dakota. 48 is Rebecca Porter from Kinestino, Saskatchewan, showing for Porter Simmentals. The 50-50 jackpot has climbed up to $2,750, $1,375. It's the winner take home. There's only about, my phone will tell me, 38 minutes and 39 seconds left to purchase your ticket. So go to the Provincial X website or find those signs about it here with the QR code on there. Just click that with your phone, hop in there, buy your tickets, take home almost $1,400.
Well, I can sure see that this senior showmanship division is going to be very challenging for us to sort through, but what a fantastic set of senior members out here. I'm going to start off the class with this young lady here with the red bred heifer. She did a fantastic job. She's confident. She has a really good show presence when she's in the ring, and she's making sure that that heifer is set up at absolutely every single moment that she possibly can. She makes sure to answer every question that I had asked for her, and she had a really good response to my question. A fantastic show person leading off the class. Following her in second is a young lady who's doing a fantastic job as well. She was maybe just in the heifer's neckline just a little bit when she was out on the move when they were coming into the ring, but she's making sure that this female is set up so that we can see her presented to the best of her ability at every moment. She's confident, she has a really good presence in the ring, and she's doing a fantastic job out here today. Moving down the class is a young lady who did a fantastic job. When you get into these tough competition classes, it comes to splitting hairs. She maybe just didn't quite have the answer that I was looking for in my question today. I don't want to say my question over the mic right now because I don't want seniors to listen to kind of what I'm looking for until the championship drive, but she made sure that that female was set up and always had her eye on us, and she did a fantastic job out here today. Following her is a young lady who did a fantastic job as well. She maybe just didn't quite have that heifer set up to the best of her ability in comparison to the people that were above her today, but she did a fantastic job out here, and she sure showed with confidence. Rounding out the class is a young man who did a great job as well. I would just give him a tip to maybe hold a little bit closer to the heifer's head with the show halter. Just gives you that little bit more of control, and also when you're on the move, just try to make sure that you're staying out of her neckline, but overall you did a fantastic job, and what a great set of senior showmen. Looking forward to the next couple classes.
Wow, another great group of show people out here. Fantastic job splitting hairs on this class. Gentlemen in first, when the heifers first came in, the cattle first came in, the heifer was a little fussy, and that's why I asked for a second lap, and I think that she'd kind of settled into it, and both times he handled her very well. He had all the answers to my questions. He was set up every time I looked over. His eyes were on me. He knew where I was in the ring. I would just say, take the time when you're asked to swap in the line. Take the time to loop out and really extend that animal out into the ring and come back around. But apart from that, great job out on there on the halter. In second, really great performance here. Really out in front of that heifer. Great control. You can tell the work that's gone in on this heifer. Extended out front. We can see him. We can see the heifer at all times. He always had us set up every time I looked over. Again, all the answers to my questions. I'd say that for the whole class. Like, everybody really knew their animals well, and I appreciate that. In third here, the only distinguishing point on this female is it's the end of the week. The heifers are fussy. Show person really handled her well, but just was a little bolshy out there today, unfortunately for her to beat the ones above, but handled very, very well. In fourth, again, had her set up all the time. You can tell that this heifer's had a lot of work done on her in terms of being set up and ready to go. The comment that was made that I talked to the junior about, when you're walking around the ring, make sure your grip on that heifer is tight, and you've got your hand the right way around. You want to have the most control on that animal at all times. To round out the class, two females that just the female cattle were really good, and the girls had great control on these calves. I'd say that, again, they're just a little fussier in the ring here today, but great show presence. You guys are doing an excellent job. Well done.
Thank you, Alice. I'm going to back up quick and tell you about the first split of seniors. First place out of there was 34, Tana Lee from West Hope, North Dakota. Second was Rebecca Porter from Kinestino, Saskatchewan. We also had Laura Seward, Owen Mittifer, and Austin Peters in that split. Now I'll tell you about Alice's 8th split of intermediates. First was 180, Tyson Porter, Kinestino, Saskatchewan. Second, 37, Caden Litchka, Steelman, Saskatchewan, for A&L Polled Herefords. We also had Lexi Coburn, Haley Debenham, Brenna Fornwald, and Kendra Heinsberg. Now I'm going to jump back to the south ring, introduce you to the second split of seniors. We should have number 12, Brendan Lishka, Steelman, Saskatchewan, A&L Bold Herefords. 83, JC Joe Best, Rapid City, Manitoba, showing for Headley Livestock. 60, Kendra Holmes, Austin, Manitoba, Little Chicks Cattle Company. And 71, Kyra Redike, Beausejour, Manitoba, showing for J. Mirandy Livestock. And I think I got caught up. In the north ring, we have split number 9 of the intermediates. Number 19, Cara Darachny, Haywood, Manitoba, showing for Bert's NR Simmentals. Number 4, Rowan Shear, Steelman, Saskatchewan, A&L Polled Herefords. Number 5, Danica Hyrek, Swan River, Manitoba, Anderson Cattle Company. 63, Otto Veldhuis, Elm Creek, Manitoba, Veldhuis Livestock. And 59, Rachel Tober from Oxbow, Saskatchewan, Riverside Farms.
Again, I can see that this senior division is going to be a very challenging division for us to sort through, but what a fantastic group of senior showmen out here. I'm going to start out the class with this young lady here with the shorthorn bred heifer. She did have probably the best answer in the class for my question. We are trying to challenge these senior members to think intuitively on the questions that we're asking during these classes. So she did have a very good answer, and she comes into the ring and she's very confident and proud. This heifer maybe was giving her a little bit of trouble at the beginning, but she didn't show any frustration on her face, and she's been doing a fantastic job of presenting this female. Coming in second is a young man who followed her quite closely. It was splitting hairs between these top two pairings. He made sure that this female was always set up and presented to the best of his ability, very confident. The only thing that I would caution you on is just maybe, think a little bit deeper about the question that I had asked. I was looking for maybe just a little bit deeper of an answer, but overall you did a fantastic job. Coming into third place is a young lady who did a fantastic job as well. She made sure that she always had that female presented. I would just say that maybe that show halter shank is just a touch long. However, you did a fantastic job out here. Like I said, with these senior classes, it is splitting hairs. Rounding out the class is this young lady with the black female. She maybe just didn't have her quite set up to the best of her ability in comparison to the rest of the class today. However, she did a fantastic job out here. Made sure to be confident and looking at us, and yeah, a fantastic set of senior members here. Thanks.
In our second split of seniors, first place, entry 83, JC Joe Best, Rapid City, Manitoba, showing an entry of Headley Livestock. Second place, 12, Brendan Litchka, Steelman, Saskatchewan, A&L Polled Herefords. We also had Kendra Holmes from Austin and Kyra Redike from Beausejour, Manitoba.
Great group of showmen here today. Again, splitting hairs really across this class. Lady in first really had control of her animal, had all the answers to the questions, really knew her animal well. Every time I looked over, she was stopped, parked, and set up. Had her led around really well. I liked that she got out in front of her and really showed the animal off to the best of her ability. In second, splitting hairs for first and second place. The animal maybe was just a bit more bolshy in the ring today, which is a case at the end of the week, and that's it's the way you handle it, and I think it was handled very well. Just a bit more fuss in setting up there on second place. In third, I would say that this lady did a fantastic job getting this animal parked right and set up. Would just like to see a bit more extension from this showman in the future. Get out in front of that heifer, show her off on all sides at all times, and it gives you a lot more presence in the ring if you can get out in front of them and away from that shoulder. As we go down the class, similar comment. I appreciate the heifer was on a march and you have to have control of the animal, but where and when you can, get out in front of them and get ahead of them. To round out the class, I would just say that if you're coming around and having questions asked, if the heifer's not yours or if it's being used in showmanship and you weren't really asked the questions beforehand, fake it till you make it. Come up with something and get some answers to those questions. Yeah, congratulations, well done.
Thank you, Alice. First place in that 9th split, 59, Rachel Tober, Oxbow, Saskatchewan. Second place, 19, Cara DeRockney from Haywood, Manitoba, with Bert's NR Simmentals. Then we had Rowan Shear, Danica Hyrick, and Otto Veldhuis in that split. Our 10th split is coming right in. Turn the page. Entry number 51, Steele Sylvester, Wawota, Saskatchewan, shown for Bridgeway Livestock. 33, Cooper Lafreniere from La Broquerie, Manitoba, 2 Al Simmentals. 10, Svena Bjarnason from Gladstone, Manitoba, shown for White Mud Livestock. 27, Curtis Hewitt, Wawota, Saskatchewan, shown for Moorhaven Farms. And 70, Cara Duguid from Beausejour with an entry of J. Morandi Livestock. Our 10th and final split of intermediates.
The senior showmanship class was very competitive as well. I had a hard time deciding my placings in this class, but I'm going to start the class with this young man here with the Baldy heifer. He's just did a fantastic job. He has such a high show presence, confident, made sure to have his eye on me the whole time. He had a really good answer to my tough question that I asked him, and I think that he's just a phenomenal showman. Moving into the young lady here in second, I did have these two young ladies here swapped. And then I wanted to see them move and go back through their hole and see who kind of did that correctly. And it was this young lady here with the shorthorn heifer in second. She did have this heifer a little bit stretched a couple times. However, she did a fantastic job being confident and staying outside of her neckline while she was on the move. She did a great job presenting this female. Following her, this young lady here with the Hereford female, she did a fantastic job as well. She maybe was just a tick in her neckline when she was on the move, as well as when she had her on profile, as well as just maybe turned the wrong way when coming back through her hole. But overall, she did a great job, and she should be proud to be here. Rounding out the class with this young man here with the Hereford heifer calf, he did a fantastic job as well. Really good show presence, confident, had a good answer to my question. However, he did just have those back feet pretty square, so that is what puts him at the end of the class today. But overall, a fantastic class of senior showmanship, and you guys should all be proud. Thank you.
There we go. Senior split 3, first place, 38, Zane Loden from West Hope, North Dakota, L83 Ranch. 25, Brooklyn Headley, Rapid City, Manitoba was in second. We also had Kennedy Mans from Austin and Matthew Charlton from Weyburn. Championship round for senior showmanship. From our first split, entry 34, Tana Lee from West Hope, North Dakota. Entry 48, Rebecca Porter from Kinestino, Saskatchewan. From our second split, entry number 83, JC Joe Best, Rapid City, Manitoba, with a Headley livestock animal. And entry 12, Brendan Lishka, Steelman, Saskatchewan, A&L Pulled Herefords. Out of our third split, Zane Loden, West Hope, North Dakota, L83 Ranch. And second place in that split was Brooklyn Headley from Rapid City, Manitoba. Once we move through these senior and intermediate champion show people, we will have all of our age divisions compete for an overall showmanship in the south ring here. And then we'll take a short break following the champion showmanship presentations and start back at 12:30 with our junior show. We're going to try and start at 12:30 sharp, running the junior show. So probably a half an hour between to restock.
Well, how about a round of applause for our senior champion drive? We have some awesome show people in this ring from top to bottom, so give yourselves a pat on the back for being out here. You guys are doing a fantastic job, and you made it really fun to sort through this division. So the question that I had asked every senior member that came in for showmanship was, what would you change about your animal? And what we were looking for with that response was something that you would change about that animal that directly correlates with what we see as them being presented, as well as something positive. We don't want to just negatively talk about our animals. We want to make sure that we do have a positive remark, because they are something you should be proud of when you have them out in this ring, right? So that is the question that I had asked every senior member, and that's just kind of what we were looking for. It's just kind of a way to make senior members just kind of think a little bit differently and a little bit on their feet. But yeah, you guys all did a fantastic job, and I'm really proud of the championship drive that we have out here. With that, I'm going to go out and select our Grand and Reserve Champion Senior Showman. Just kind of looking for somebody that has that show presence, that looks comfortable, confident, and has the ability to present their animal as to the best of their absolute ability. And there's definitely some candidates in here, as well as some that were sent back to the barn. So congratulations to all the senior members for a job well done.
Our champion, senior show person, entry 34, Tana Lee, West Hope, North Dakota. And our reserve champion goes to number 48, Rebecca Porter, Kinestino, Saskatchewan, Porter Simmentals. There we go. We'll have our champions from our junior and seniors ready down here. Once we determine who our champion is on the intermediate, we'll have them come around to the south ring, and they'll compete for the overall champion show person at the 2025 Manitoba Ag X, and to win a $2,500 scholarship from Tourden Financial Management, Tourden Wealth Management, providing $2,500 scholarship towards post-secondary education for one of these young exhibitors here today.
Another great group of showmen out here today. Again, every time, splitting hairs in these classes. Honestly, every single one of these cattlemen really came in the ring with presence and performance. They had control of their animals. I appreciate it's getting to the end. They're a little fussy, but the control on the whole class was really, really good. Gentleman in first just always had that heifer set up, knew where to look, knew how to present her and where to stand. Really good job at presenting his heifer today. Lady in second, the only thing that splits her out from the one above is maybe just shortening up that lead shank a little bit. But apart from that, really had her set up well every time I looked over, and was always concentrating on what was going on. In third place here, really good heifer, really good setup. Always knew what was going on. I would just say to make sure I've walked away before you comb her out. We want to make sure that you're in control, and I've walked away and can do that afterwards. Going down the line here, just a little fussier of a heifer, which well controlled by the gentleman on the halter, but just put him down the class a little bit today as to that setup and speed of getting her parked. Just put him down the line a bit today. In last year we have the heifer, gray heifer. Really well handled. This heifer's had a lot of work done on her. She answered all the questions really well. She knew the heifer well. Just needed a bit more presence and performance today here to compete with the ones above.
Split 10, intermediates, first place, 27, Curtis Hewitt, Wawota, Saskatchewan, Moorhaven Farms. Second place, Steele Sylvester, Wawota, Saskatchewan, Bridgeway Livestock. We also had Cooper Lafreniere from La Brokery, Manitoba, Savannah Bjarnason from Gladstone, Manitoba, and Kira Duguid from Beausejour, Manitoba. Now we're going to back up, and I'm going to flip through all the pages and introduce 20 individuals coming back for the overall intermediate champion show persons. From split 1, entry 85, Tyede, Wawota, Saskatchewan, Eastondale, Angus. And number 58, Dane Tober, Oxbow, Saskatchewan. Second split, number 94, Abby Snowden from Carberry with a Hidden Lake Stock Farms, and entry 77, Cole Hewitt, Wawota, Saskatchewan, Moorhaven Stock Farms. From third split, number 91, Carmen Armstrong, Elm Creek, Manitoba, and 43, Jake Mitchell Stout from Vibank, Saskatchewan, Prairie Lane Acres. Split 4. First was number 1, Chase Airy from Rivers, HTA Charlet. Second was 28, Kate Heinsberg, Rapid City, Manitoba. From split 5, first was 57, Carmen Thorgelson, Lundar, Manitoba, Triple T Diamond Simmentals. Second, number 20, Bryson Freecon, Redverse, Saskatchewan, Ramrod West Cattle Company. Split 6, entry 35, Tegan Lee, West Hope, North Dakota. In second place, entry 95 was Lillian Seaward from Darlingford with an entry of Amaglin Limousine. Split 7, first was 16, Emily Murray from Westburn, Maplehurst Farms. Second, 78, Ryder Butler, Wawota, Saskatchewan, Moorhaven Farms. Split 8, first was Tyson Porter from Kinestino, Saskatchewan. Second was Caden Litchka, Steelman, Saskatchewan. A&L pulled Herefords. In split 9, our first was Rachel Tober from Oxbow, Saskatchewan. And second was Cara Darachny from Haywood, Manitoba with Bert's NR Simmentals. And in our 10th split, our first place was Curtis Hewitt from Wawota, Saskatchewan, Moorhaven Farms. And second place was 51, Steel Sylvester, Wawota, Saskatchewan, showing for Bridgeway Livestock. We should have 20 animals lining up in here. And Alice Rook from just up the road at Alexander is going to have some fun sorting through that group and finding a champion and a reserve intermediate show person to compete for the overall champion show person.
Wow, what a fantastic final drive of intermediates. Really brought a lot of quality in the ring here today. Every single individual that's come out of their splits should be really proud to be in this ring because you're doing a fantastic job. Just like to say a thank you to all of the coordinators that have asked me to come out here today and judge. Thank you to the kids that are in the juniors that are out here, because without you, that's how a junior show happens, and it's all your hard work is why you're here, and you are the future of the industry. And it's important for you guys to take the passion that you have for these cattle and come out here and present them. So well done. Congratulations to every single individual in this ring. You should be very proud to be here. I'm going to go out and select a grand champion and then reserve for our intermediate showmanship here today.
All right, we just had to confirm before we announced our grand champion intermediate show person is entry number 1, Chase Airy from Rivers, Manitoba, HTA Charlet. And our reserve champion, number 35, Tegan Lee from West Hope, North Dakota. Congratulations to all our intermediate exhibitors. And we'll have Chase and Tegan come over to the south ring. We can probably just break our fence in the middle here and have them sneak through rather than have to go all the way around. We could have one of our ring people break that fence and let them through to the south end. Would save a few steps. We're just reorganizing our champion and reserves from each of the age splits to come back and compete for overall champion show person to win the $2,500 Twerden Wealth Management Scholarship to put towards their post-secondary education. I can read them off of these pages. Yeah. I got the juniors there and the seniors marked. I think we got it. Here we go. Championship drive from our junior showmanship. Our champion was 55, Bryn Stepler, Miami, Manitoba. Our reserve was Ellie Nolan from Cypress River, Manitoba. In our intermediates, our champion was number 1, Chase Airy from Rivers, and our reserve was number 35, Tegan Lee. And our seniors champion is Tina Lee, West Hope, North Dakota. No. Okay, yeah. Tana Lee, West Hope, North Dakota, and 48, Rebecca Porter, Kinestino, Saskatchewan.
How about a big round of applause for our overall showmanship drive here? What a phenomenal set of show people that are in this ring from top to bottom. We are so blessed to be able to judge this caliber of showmanship. You guys have been fantastic and been so much fun today. When we came together with Alice, we just kind of talked about the things that are fundamental in showmanship. So that's confidence and show presence and you know, just the people that are out here that are making sure that those animals that are presented to the best of their ability at all times. And so with that, we're going to go out and select, Alice is going to go out and select our champion overall showmanship, and then I will go out and select our reserve.
Your champion show person, number 34, Tana Lee from West Hope, North Dakota. And your reserve champion, number 55, Bryn Stepler from Miami, Manitoba. Congratulations to all our exhibitors. We had right around 100 exhibitors in this showmanship class, and these two individuals rose to the top. So congratulations on your achievements here today. And I think we're going to take a short 15 or 20 minute break here. We'll be trying to be back right for 12:30, roll through the afternoon show. All these exhibitors have cattle in the junior show this afternoon, so it'll be a great afternoon with some great cattle. We'll see you back here 12:30 sharp. There we go. We're about to announce our 50-50 ticket winner. In today's draw, we've been selling tickets all week here. The system made a draw today, so ticket number C-2502. That's C as in Charlie, -2502. Henry Delarond, you are the winner. Please contact the provincial exhibition to collect your winnings. Congratulations. I believe the winner took home somewhere around $1,400 today. Thanks for your support of Provincial X, and congratulations on your win, Henry.
I'll leave that with you.
Yeah. We're just a few minutes away from starting our junior show here this afternoon. We're going to start off with the Simmentals in the South Ring, the Herefords in the North Ring, I believe. And immediately following the Manitoba Young Canadian Simmental show, they're going to do a draw for the 2 heifer vouchers that the Manitoba YCSA is giving out to junior exhibitors from either this show or the MBY CSA annual summer show. So all Simmental junior exhibitors, please come to the ringside directly after the junior show. Our judges, Cody Carson, Bobby Foster, they're involved with the Simmental Association. They'll be making those presentations. Alice Rook is our 3rd judge. We'll be running 2 rings here this afternoon. I've got a wonderful young woman on either side of me pointing me in the right direction, and I'll try and announce them as they come in order, and we'll get through them all. We're moving into our Hereford show, coming right in. As soon as we get onto the right page in my book, I'll tell you who's here. All right, our first split in the junior Hereford heifer, entry number 501, Jeremy and Rochelle Brooks from Steelman, Saskatchewan. Shown by Rowan Shear. 501, Twin View, 7K, Janelle Gulka, shown by Evelyn Burns, Strathclair, Manitoba. Entry 503, JACH22 Damsel, ET, 16N, Matthew Charlton, Weyburn, Saskatchewan. And entry 504, Moorhaven, 7L Dawn, 16N, owned by Dale Hewitt, shown by Riley Butler from Wawota, Saskatchewan. We are live with split 1, Simmental Junior Purebred Heifer, entry 920, SYD Brandy 352N, shown by Even Jury, Eden, Manitoba. 921, KCH Shabuzi 512N, shown by Kate Heinsberg, Rapid City, Manitoba. 922, RBP Miss Caliber 6N, shown by Rebecca Porter, Kinestino, Saskatchewan. Entry 923, WML Rain 1N, shown by Savannah Bjarnason from Gladstone, Manitoba. Entry 206, JL Goldie 504N, shown by Finley Angus from Beausejour, Manitoba.
Our first class in the Junior Hereford show over here today. 4 really tidy heifers. The first place heifer here, what's going to pull her out for me is the way that she moves out in the ring here. She's got a lot of flex down below. She's got a really feminine front end on her, and she's the most complete heifer in this class, in my opinion. In second place, a really thick heifer. You get up behind her, and she's got a lot between those legs. She's a real thick heifer. I'd just like to see her move a little freer in the back end on those back legs, but a really nice heifer in second. Third place heifer in the ring here. Probably one of the most complete heifers in the class. Just needed a bit more performance to compete with the ones above her today, but a very complete heifer. And ending up the class here, again, just a little greener in this class here today, but very complete. I really appreciate the front end on this heifer. I love the front end extension on this heifer. Just gives up a bit in the back as you go through the animal. Really good class. Thanks, guys.
So, first place in that split of Hereford Evers, entry 500, ANL ACD T174E JADA 115 ET 111N, shown by Roland Shearer from Steelman, Saskatchewan. Second, 501 Twin View 7K Miss Harriet 103N, shown by Evelyn Burns, Strathclair, Manitoba. Third place, 504, Moorhaven 7 Aldon 16N, Ryder Butler from Wawota, Saskatchewan. And in fourth, JAC HO 22 Damsel ET 16N, shown by Matthew Charlton from Weyburn, Saskatchewan. Our second split, Hereford Show 505 ANL 40K Willow 144K 72N, Brendan Litchka, Steelman, Saskatchewan. 506 Snowdrop Nelly 2N, Ivy Allen, Roblin, Manitoba. 507 PBHR TT Vicky 113L 11N, Kennedy Mans. Entry 508 PBHR Serenity 65L 8N, Cooper Early from Austin, Manitoba. I'd like to congratulate Henry Delarond. Ticket number C-2502 was the winner of the 50-50 draw. Thank you to everyone that bought tickets, supported that draw. Henry goes home with around $1,400. Congratulations, Henry. You probably just made a bunch of new friends.
Okay, a really impressive group of Simmental heifer calves out here to start with. We're going to go ahead and lead the class off with this black heifer up front. I really appreciate the neck extension that she has and really how tidy she is through that front third. She's nice and deep through that midsection and carrying a nice hip. She gets out and she's real nice and free on the move, and a heifer that you really have to appreciate. Moving into our second place, another heifer that you got to appreciate the way she's moving out here. She's nice and free. She's maybe giving up a little bit of that style and attractiveness through the front third to compete with the heifer above her in class, but again, a very nice female. Moving into our third place female, here's one that I really do appreciate from her side profile. You get in behind her, there's lots of hip there. Very attractive through that front third. However, I do wish that she was maybe moving a little bit freer out here today. She's a little bit short on that stride, and maybe just some other structural things that we would correct about her, but all in all, a nice female. Coming down next in line here, a heifer that you have to appreciate for that depth of body and just overall boldness of the midsection. She's maybe giving up a little bit in terms of performance compared to the females above her in class, and I'd like to tidy her up just through that dewlap area to stand any higher. Rounding out the class with this red blazeface heifer here on the end, a heifer that you really have to appreciate for that depth to her midsection, maybe one that just gets a little bit outpowered here today. All in all, a very nice group of females.
Here's our second split of heifer calves in the Junior Hereford Show here today. Starting off the class, we've got a heifer who, in my opinion, is definitely the most complete in this class. She brings it all together. She's feminine. She's got the style up front. She's got the hip on back. Great teat placement, really nice teat placement up underneath her. Heifer in second, really long heifer, has a real lot of length to her, a lot of hip and a lot of width. Really like the wheelbase on this heifer, which is what splits these two apart in second and third. Profile-wise, these two heifers could go either way, but I do take the foot structure on the place in second and over the heifer in third is what's going to split those apart here today. Heifer rounding out the class, really complete heifer, just a little less performance in this heifer than the ones above her today, but a very complete heifer. She's got a great foot structure. She hits the ground really sound. Great class of Herefords.
So that's this. Thanks, Alice. So from split 2 in the Hereford Show, first place 505 ANL 40K Willow 144K 72 and Brendan Lechka from Steelman, Saskatchewan. Second, PBHR TT Vicky 113L 11Ns Kennedy Mans from Austin. Third, 508 PBHR Serenity 65L 8N Cooper Early from Austin. And fourth, entry 506, Snowdrop Nelly 2N, shown by Ivy Allen from Roblin. I'm going to switch back to the Simmental ring. I'm going to tell you who's in now. 924, Kirsten Britt Fornwald, Lampman, Saskatchewan, with DK Pashminia 13N. 925, KCH Soda Crush 508N, Kendra Heinsberg, Rapid City. 926, 2L Nixie 786N, Cooper Lafreniere from La Broquerie, Manitoba. 927, Big Sky Rhiannon 14N, Austin Peters from Rivers, Manitoba. Coming in our Hereford ring, we have third split 509, Eris Acres Sierra 61N, shown by Kenzie Eris, Wadena, Saskatchewan. 510, Funk 0016, 38L, Northern Lady 12N, Jasmine Sesse from Cleefield, Manitoba. 511, Funk 72J, 18J, Norma 10N, Stena Vigfusen from Lundar, Manitoba. And 512, Eris Acres, LA 29N, Ty Eris, Wadena, Saskatchewan. I'm going to back up and tell you who won in the first split of the Simmental show. First place, 921, KCH Shabuzi, 512N, Kate Heinsberg, Rapid City. Second place, 206, JL Goldie, 504N, Finley Angus. From Beausejour, we also had RBP Miss Caliber 6N from Rebecca Porter, WML Rain 1N, Savannah Bjarnason, Gladstone, and SYD Brandy 352N from Avery Jury at Eden, Manitoba.
All right, this is a real tricky class of calves to sort through. We're going to go ahead and start the class out with this really fancy fronted black female. She is maybe a touch smaller than some of the females in the class, but you really have to appreciate how tidy she is through that front end, the boldness to her midsection, and how free she is when she gets out on the move. A heifer that I see a lot of use in. Moving into our second place, a heifer that's quite a bit different from about anything out here in this class. A heifer that you really do have to appreciate for her overall size and that depth to that midsection and that spring to her middle. Maybe we'd just like to tidy her up in that front third and that navel area to compete any higher today, but a very good heifer. Moving into our third place female, this is a female that I absolutely love on the standstill. For me, where she kind of falls apart on us is when she gets out on the move. She's maybe just not quite hitting that stride, and that's what's going to bring her down in class for us today. Rounding out the class, we have a little bit of a fresher red female down here on the end. She's going to be very good for this young man in her own right. She's maybe just giving up a little bit of that attractiveness and overall capacity to compete any higher today, but a very good group of females.
I'm going to quickly tell you who's who in that Simmental ring. First place, 924, DK Pashmina, 13N, Britt Fornwald, Lampman, Saskatchewan. Second, 927, Big Sky Rihanna, 14N, Austin Peters from Rivers. 925, KCH Soda Crush, 508N, Kendra Heinsberg. And 2L Nixie, 786N from Cooper Lafreniere at La Broquerie. And Alice is going to tell you how she saw that next split of Hereford calves.
Another 4 really nice calves over in this ring. The 2 up front are pretty similar in type. I appreciate both of them for their bone and their performance. I like a big-legged, big-boned animal. That's what I want in a brood cow that's going to go out and raise me bull calves, and that's what I was looking for in this pen today. Profile-wise, heifer calf in second probably has a bolder back hip and a bolder profile, but where she puts herself in second against the top place heifer here is just that back wheelbase. First place heifer is a bit free and moving as she gets around the ring, really digs in on the backside there, where this heifer in second has a little staginess in her back hocks. Heifer in third, really feminine heifer, finer boned heifer, really feminine, maybe moves up out of her skeleton a little bit as she's getting around the ring, but great teat placement and an overall really complete heifer. Rounding out the class, heifer in fourth here, very feminine, very showy heifer, just doesn't quite have the performance to compete with the heifers above her today, but a very complete heifer here in fourth.
All right, from split 3, first place, 509, Aris Acres, Sierra 61N, Kenzie Aris from Wadena, Saskatchewan. Second place, entry 512, Aris Acres Ellie, 29N, from Ty Aris, Wadena, Saskatchewan. Third, 511, Funk 72J, 18J, Norma 10N, Stena Vigfridson from Lundar. And in fourth, 510, Funk 0016, 38L, Northern Lady 12N, Jasmine Sesse from Cleefield, Manitoba. Just tell you quick who's in the Scimitar ring. 928, TWA Nyla 1N, Kirsten Davey, Westburn. 929, DTH Sheila 5156, Rachel Tober from Oxbow. Now, we have our championship drive in these junior Hereford heifers. From our first split, entry number 500. ANL ACDT 174E JADA 115 ET 111N Rowan Shearer from Steelman, Saskatchewan. 501 Twin View 7K Miss Harriet 103N Evelyn Burns from Strathclair, Manitoba. From our second split, 505 ANL 40K Willow 144K 72N Brendan Litchka from Steelman, Saskatchewan. And entry 507 PBHR TT Vicky 113L 11N Kennedy Mans from Austin, Manitoba. From our third split, entry 509 Aris Acres Sierra 61N Kenzie Aris. And entry 512, Aris Acres Ellie, 29N, Ty Aris on the halter from Wadena, Saskatchewan.
Here's your champion drive of Hereford heifer calves over in the junior show here in this ring. I think that we've put together a really tidy bunch of heifers here in this champion drive, well matched in performance, well matched in completeness, in boldness and femininity. I'm going to go out and select a champion and a reserve champion, which are the two heifers that out of this group I would take home with me today. Well done, everybody.
Your champion, junior Hereford heifer, 509, Aris Acres Sierra 61N. Kenzie Aris from Wadena, Saskatchewan on the halter. And your reserve champion is 512, Aris Acres LA 29N. Ty Aris from Wadena, Saskatchewan. Congratulations to the Hereford exhibitors.
Another nice set of Simmental heifer calves out here. We're going to go ahead and start the class off with this black female up front. You really have to appreciate how free she is when she's out on the move. You got to appreciate the attractiveness through that front third and just the overall capacity this female carries. Moving into our second place female, a female that you really have to appreciate for how attractive she is. And the hip that she's got on her. She's maybe just not quite moving the way I'd like for her to be in order to stand any higher in class today, but all in all, a very nice female. Moving into our third place, you have to appreciate the power and the size in this female. We'd maybe just like to see her a little bit stronger over the top in order to compete any higher for us here today. Maybe just getting a little bit tight in that heart girth area as well. Rounding out the class, a female that's just maybe lacking a little bit of that overall performance to stand any higher in class today, but overall a very nice group of Simmental heifer calves.
Thank you, Cody. First place in that split of Simmental heifer calves, 929 DTH Sheila, 151.56, shown by Rachel Tober from Oxbow, Saskatchewan. Second place, 930 DTH Overtime, 5007, shown by Dane Tober, Oxbow, Saskatchewan. In third was 931 MJP Miss Caliber ET1N from Mike Porter. And fourth, 928 TWD Nyla 1N, Kirsten Davey from Westburn, Manitoba. Coming in the ring, we have, looks to me like yearling Hereford heifers, born January 1 to December 31, 2024. Entry 513, GRHK 38J, Dew, 44M, Chloe Stocky from Fisher Branch, Manitoba. 516, Harrelson's AD Marvel ET 271M, Curtis Hewitt from Wowota, Saskatchewan. 514, Moorhaven 1K Estelle 23M, Cole Hewitt, Wowota, Saskatchewan. 515, PBHR Shakira 33F75M from Kennedy Mans, Austin, Manitoba. In our Simmental Junior Heifer class, 932 MCR MS Nora 39K 10N, Madeline Maxwell Blanchard from Boisavane, Manitoba. 933 Oakview Nala 43N, Brooke Collins from Darlingford, Manitoba. And 934 MASS Nala 503N, Angelique Massanon from Haywood, Manitoba, and the entry 935 of Zachary Kachuk is a scratch.
Another very nice group of Simmental heifer calves out here again. We're going to go ahead and lead the class off with this very powerful dark red female up front. You really have to appreciate that depth of quarter that this heifer has, and that width over her top, and just the overall performance in her. There are a few things about her that I would maybe change up, but I think she is a very impressive female. Moving into our second place female, one that's just giving up a little bit of that performance when compared to the female above her class today. I'd like to see her maybe just a little bit tidier through that front third as well, but once again, very nice heifer calf. The heifer that's rounding out our class here, one that's maybe just giving up that overall depth and tidiness to the front third in order to compete any higher, but three very nice calves out here.
Here's our only split of Hereford-bred females in the junior division of today in this ring. So the placing in this class is going to be your champion and your reserve champion bred female. Two heifers we have up front, two different types. Second heifer is a bit bigger and bolder. What puts the heifer in first above her today is her teat placement. I would maybe level up the back teats on the second place heifer a touch, but both of them are very bold, free-moving females, a very compact and complete heifer in first place. Moving down, we have two heifers on this side, which just give up a little bit of that performance and style in the back end as the ones above to compete here today. Both very stylish heifers. Third place heifer is a little more of an angular heifer, but are going to be a big, bold female. Heifer in fourth, again, just gives up a little bit of performance and bone on the heifers up above her today, but a really complete and nice female. Well done.
So our champion yearling Hereford ever, 516, Haraldson's AD Marvel ET 271M, Curtis Hewitt from Wowota, Saskatchewan. And reserve champion, 514, Moorhaven 1K Estelle 23M, shown by Cole Hewitt from Wowota, Saskatchewan. Third in that class, an entry of Chloe Stocky from Fisher Branch, Manitoba, and fourth to Kennedy Mans from Austin. I need to backtrack through the Simmental ring, I think. I didn't tell you about that last split. 933, Oakview Nala, 43N. Brooke Collins was first. 932, MCR MS North, 39K, 10N. Madeline Maxwell Blanchard was second. And MASS Nala, 503N. Angelique Massanon from Haywood was in third. I'm just going to introduce your championship drive in the Simmental Junior Purebred Heifer class. From Split 1, 921, Kate Heinsberg from Rapid City, Manitoba. Second in that split was 206, Finlay Angus from Beausejour, Manitoba. From our second split, 924, Britt Fornwald, Lampman, Saskatchewan. And 927, Austin Peters from Rivers, Manitoba. From our third split, 929, Rachel Tober from Oxbow, Saskatchewan, and 930, Dane Tober from Oxbow, Saskatchewan. Coming out of our fourth split was 933, Brooke Collins from Darlingford, Manitoba, and 932, Madeline Maxwell Blanchard from Boissevain.
Here's your Grand Championship drive in the female division of the Junior Herefords over here today. Round of applause for all of these breeders that have come out and participated in the junior show today. They've done a fantastic job. These cattle look well prepared. They're ready to be here. You've done a fantastic job. I'm going to go out and select you a grand and a reserve champion female of the Junior Hereford show.
Your grand champion, Hereford female. Entry number 516, Haraldson's AD Marvel, ET 271M, shown by Curtis Hewitt from Woolwoda, Saskatchewan. And your reserve champion, Hereford female, 514, Moorhaven 1K Estelle 23M, shown by Cole Hewitt from Woolwoda, Saskatchewan.
Okay, how about a round of applause for the Simmental Heifer Calf champion drive? I think there's quite a few nice females out here, and I'm hoping that you guys can kind of see what I'm trying to do out here. Bobby and I are trying to sort through them, and we're going to go out there and select 2 females that are free moving and good and powerful. They're tidy through that front third, and they're 2 females that we would be happy to have in our own herd at home. So with that, Bobby will go out and select our grand and then reserve champion Simmental Heifer Calf.
Your champion, Simmental Heifer Calf, 921, KCH Shabuzi, 512N, shown by Kate Heinsberg from Rapid City, Manitoba. And reserve champion, 924, DK Pashmina, 13N, shown by Britt Fornwald from Lampman, Saskatchewan. Congratulations to all the exhibitors in the Simmental Heifer Calf class. Moving in on the north ring, we've got the Limousin Heifer Calf class. We have entry 650, KAD Nala 90N, Kirsten Davey from Westburn, Manitoba. 651, Amaglin Miss NYLA, Miss Nyla. Lillian Seward, Darlingford, Manitoba. 652, Amaglin Nellie Joe. Laura Seward, Darlingford, Manitoba. 3 Limousin Heifer calves. Just a reminder to all our young Simmental exhibitors, immediately following the Simmental show, they're going to have some awards presentations, a draw for the 2 heifer vouchers that the YCSA is giving out to junior exhibitors from this show or the MBYCSA annual summer show. So all exhibitors, please come to the ring directly after the Simmental show is complete.
To start off the junior limousine show, we have a class of heifer calves. This will be your champion class of heifer calves with the one split. 3 really nice females in this class. The 2 up front are pretty similar in type and kind. What brings the first one to the front for me is just a little bit more hip and a little bit more depth to this heifer. And what really sets her apart is that teat placement. There's a lot more spread in those 4 teats on this heifer than the heifer in second, and that's what's going to really bring her to the top for me here today. As we move down the class here, we have a heifer rounding out, which just doesn't quite have the size and the performance. Really tidy heifer, well put together, very feminine in structure, but just doesn't have the size to compete with the 2 above her today. Well done.
Thank you, Alice. Our champion limousine heifer calf, 651, Amaglen Miss Nyla, Lillian Seaward from Darlingford, Manitoba. Reserve champion, 652, Amaglen Nellie Joe, Laura Seaward, Darlingford. Third place, KAD Nala 90N, Kirsten Davey from Westburn. It looks to me like we have some Simmental yearling heifers, born January 1 to December 31, 2024. Zane Loden was a scratch. We should have 937 Triple T Marjorie, 547 M, with Carmen Thorgelson from Lundar, Manitoba on the halter. 938 TWD Mona, 72M, Emily Murray from Westburn, Manitoba. 939 SBSF Maddie, 37M, with Cara Dorokny from Haywood, Manitoba. 940 DK Pashmina, 31M, Brenna Fornwald from Lampman, Saskatchewan. In our north ring, limousine yearling heifers, 653 Amaglen Moonbeam, Laura Seaward from Darlingford, Manitoba, and 654 Amaglen Miss Molly from Lillian Seaward, Darlingford, Manitoba.
In the limousine ring, we have the champion drive of the bred heifer division in the junior show. These 2 females that are out here today are both highly competitive. Both of them bring different attributes to the table. Heifer in first just comes up above on the way that she gets out and moves. She places those feet with purpose, and she flexes, and she moves like a cat. She's a really free-moving female. Has a bit of performance through that back end, which is given up a little in the heifer in second here today. Really appreciate the front end extension on this black heifer in second. Really feminine front end build. Just needs to carry it a little bit further through to compete with the heifer above her today.
So our champion Limousin yearling heifer, 654, Hannah Glen Miss Molly, Lillian Seward from Darlingford, and reserve 653, Hannah Glen Moonbeam, Laura Seward, Darlingford, Manitoba. Congratulations to all the Limousin exhibitors.
A really nice first class of Simmental bred heifers here. We're going to go ahead and start the class off with likely the biggest, most powerful female in the class here today. I really like this heifer. I think that she's quite impressive how she can be so tidy through that front third, yet pack so much power in behind it. I really like the depth of body in this female. She's setting down in a very nice little udder. All around a very nice bred heifer. Moving into our second placing, a heifer that follows her quite nicely. She's also very tidy through that front third, getting a little bit heavier down in that chest floor maybe, but nothing that would be unacceptable. I feel that this female is just giving up a little bit of the overall length and just size when compared to the female above her in class today, but one that I value quite highly as well. Moving into our third place female, a female that's very good as well. I would just like to see a little bit more neck extension in this female to place any higher today, and maybe just a few structural things that we'd like to change up. Moving into our last place here, rounding out the class, just a female that's giving up a little bit of the overall depth and attractiveness to compete any higher today, but a very nice group of bred females.
So from that split of Simmental females, DK Pashmina, 31M, Brenna Fornwald from Lampman, and second was 939 SBS F. Maddie, 37M, Cara Darachny from Haywood, Triple T Marjorie, 547N, Carmen Thorgelson from Lundar, and TWD Mona, 72N, Emily Murray from Westburn, Manitoba. In our north ring, we have our Limousin champions back for an overall champion heifer on the Limousin show. Our next split, Simmental heifers, 941, Triple T Mamba, 517N, Cooper Lafreniere from La Broquerie, Manitoba. 942, WILC Misha, 13M, Anthony Ariel Wilcox, Treeherne, Manitoba. 943, Rendezvous Mini, 418M, Brooke Collins, Darlingford. 944, Big Sky Brandy, 15M, Austin Peters from Rivers, and 9:45 TWD Mabel 1M, Kirsten Davy from Westburn.
Here's your champion drive for females in the junior limousine show up in this ring. 4 really nice females that are gonna go out and work and produce a good cow and make some nice calves. I'm going to go out and select a champion and a reserve champion. Before I do, thank you to all the limousine breeders that have put the effort and the time in, and these juniors for getting these cattle ready here today, and thank you for having me. I will go out and select you a champion and a reserve.
Your grand champion limousine female, 654 Amaglen Miss Molly, shown by Lillian Seward from Darlingford, Manitoba. And 651 Amaglen Miss Nyla, also shown by Lillian Seward from Darlingford, Manitoba, is your reserve champion. Congratulations to all the limousine heifer exhibitors at 2025 Manitoba AgEx.
Another great set of Simmental breds out here. We're going to go ahead and lead the class off with this full-blood female here up front. I value this heifer very highly. I love how tidy she is through that front third. She's nice and long-necked. I love the depth of her middle, and she's setting down a beautiful little udder underneath. I think she's going to be one that's going to be very competitive down the road. Moving into our second place female, one that maybe just gives up a little bit of the attractiveness when compared to the female above her in class, and maybe just a tick of that length of body to compete any higher, but again, a very nice bred heifer. Moving into our third place, a female that maybe just gives up a little bit of the overall dimension and body to compete with these two powerful females up front, but a heifer that's very good in her own right. We're rounding out the class with maybe one of the most powerful females out here. I really do appreciate how powerful she is and deep through that midsection. I would just like to correct a few things with her foot structure for her to stand any higher.
And in that split of Simmental heifers, entry number 944, Austin Peters from Rivers was your first place. Second, 945, Kirsten Davy from Westburn. We also had 943, Brooke Collins of Darlingford. And 941, Cooper Lafreniere from the Brokery, Manitoba. One more split of Simmental heifers? It's okay. This is our last split. Simmental heifers. 946, Scott Licious, 2M, Anna Marie Perot from Alameda, Saskatchewan. 947, Macintosh Lulu, 12M, Bryn Stepler from Miami, Manitoba. And 949, MCR Miss Molly, 39K, 2M, Madeline Maxwell Blanchard from Boissevain. And the entry that I skipped, 948, from Zachary Kachuk, is a scratch. Just a correction on that entry 946. It's Cozy Perot from Alameda, Saskatchewan that's on the halter. We had Mum's name on there, but Cozy Perot is our show person today.
Okay, we'll go ahead and start this class off with probably the most attractive fronted female out here. She's super bold through that midsection. She's got a good set of feet and legs under her, a tidy little udder there setting down. This is a heifer that I think is going to be quite competitive in the future. Moving into our second place female, one that I also value quite highly. I just think that she needs to be a little bit bolder in that rib shape and a little bit deeper throughout her middle third to compete with the heifer above her in class today. But again, a very, very good female. Rounding out our class is going to be this nice black baldy female, one who's maybe just giving up a bit of that attractiveness through the front third and overall depth of body to compete with the two females above her in class today.
Thanks, Cody. First in that split, 946, Scott Lucius 2M from Cozy Perot, Alameda, Saskatchewan. And second, McIntosh Lulu 12M, Bryn Stepler, Miami, Manitoba. Third, 949, MCR Miss Molly 39K 2M, Madeline Maxwell Blanchard from Boissevain, Manitoba. Over in the Angus ring, we have our first split of Angus heifer calves. We have entry number 200, BASKM Blossom 21N, shown by Maren Ginter from Minnedosa. 201, BASKM Elba 6N, shown by Elijah Ginter, Minnedosa, Manitoba. 202, HMM Mia 25N, Walker Murray, Arden, Manitoba. 203, NCC Donna 99N, Ellie Nolan from Cypress River, Manitoba. Championship drive on the Simmental side. From split 1, 940, DK Pashmina, 31M, Brenna Fornwald from Lampman. 939, SBSF Maddie, 37M, Kara Darachny from Haywood. From split 2, 944, Big Sky Brandy, 15M, Austin Peters from Rivers. 945, TWD Mabel, 1M, Kirsten Davey from Westburn. And from split 3, 946, Scott Licious, 2M, Cozy Perot. And 947, McIntosh Lulu, 12M, Bryn Stepler from Miami.
Here's our first split of heifer calves in the Junior Angus division here today. 4 really tidy heifers. Up in first, we've got a big broody female, powerful bodied, a lot of calf there. So there's going to be a lot of heifer there as she continues to grow. Really tidy as she hits the ground. Maybe would clean up that back wheelbase a little bit, but apart from that, she really comes to the top for being a bold female. In second, we move into a heifer that is very complete, very feminine. I love the front end on this heifer. Really good wheelbase underneath her. Just doesn't quite have the power to compete with the heifer above her here today. In third, we've got a very tidy heifer. She's a little smaller in frame, but is very complete. Probably the most complete heifer in the class. Just doesn't have quite the size as the ones above her here today. Moving down to round out the class. just a heifer, a little on the greener side, but a very well put together. We'll maybe change that back wheelbase a little bit, but a very complete and tidy heifer. Congratulations to all 4 exhibitors in this split.
From that first split, first place, 203, NCC Donna, 99N, Ellie Nolan from Cypress River. Second, 201, BASKM Elba, 6N, Elijah Ginter, Minnedosa, Manitoba. Third, to BASKM Blossom, 21N, Marin Ginter from Minnedosa. And fourth, to HMM Mia, 25N, Walker Murray from Arden, Manitoba. Second split, Angus Heifers, 204, 5B Lady, 86N, Bella Birmingham, Forest, Manitoba. 205, Boss Lake MS, Vale Bar, 502N, Otto Veldhuis from Elm Creek, Manitoba. 224, Red Coburn Cora, 5002, Lexi Coburn from Briarcrest, Saskatchewan. 207, MAK Noel, 5N, Paisley Barron from Carberry, Manitoba.
Okay, I think that we've got a really powerful group of bred heifers out here in the Simmental champion drive, so how about a round of applause for them? Once again, I hope that looking out here, you can kind of see what Bobby and I are trying to pick out of all these classes and kind of see what our type is. I value all these females that are out here quite highly. You know, there's a little bit of variation between all of them, but they're all very good in their own way. And today, we're going to go out and select the champion and reserve females who we feel would fit in best at our place in our own operation. So with that, Bobby's going to go out and select our grand and then reserve champion Simmental bred heifer.
Our champion, Simmental yearling heifer, DK Pashmina, 31M, Brenna Fornwald from Lampman, Saskatchewan. And our reserve champion, entry 946, Scott Licious 2M, Cozy Perot from Alameda, Saskatchewan. Congratulations to our Simmental yearling heifer champions.
Here is our second split of heifer calves in the junior Angus division here today. I have a type and a kind in mind. Big, bold females that are going to go and make good brood cows is what I'm after, and I think that the two heifers at the top of this class really bring that to the front. This red heifer's got the power and the performance and the bone to really be able to get out and move and go and make those strong bull calves we want to see in our pen later on down the road. Heifer in third, again, a lot of back end, a lot of power, a lot of drive in this heifer. Just the bit of performance brings her over the third place heifer that we have here today. A very complete heifer in third, very feminine, very good at front end extension. Really appreciate the way this heifer gets out and moves. Rounding out the class, we have a heifer here that is a little more angular, a little finer boned, more refined in these heifers here today, and that kind of comes with the style that I'm looking for, and it's just a little too fine to place above these heifers above her, but a very well put together heifer. Well done, everybody.
Thanks, Alice. First in that split, Red Coburn Cora 5002, Lexi Coburn, Briarcrest, Saskatchewan. Second, 207, MAK Noel 5N, Paisley Barron from Carberry, Manitoba. Third, 5B Lady 86N, Bella Birmingham at Forest. And fourth, 205, Boss Lake MS Vale Bar 502N, Otto Veldhuis from Elm Creek, Manitoba. In our south ring, percentage Simmental yearling heifer, we have one entry, 840. Lash Metwies Vicky M406, shown by Zane Loden from West Hope, North Dakota.
All right, unfortunately, we only have one entry out here today for our percentage yearling female, but she's a very good one. You got to appreciate how tidy she is through that front third, the boldness she has through that midsection, the tidy little udder that's setting down under, and all sitting on top of a very strong set of feet and legs. So this is a heifer that holds a lot of value, and I think that you should be very happy with her.
So that's your champion, percentage Simmental yearling heifer, 840. Lashmeadaway Vicky M406 from Zane Loden, West Hope, North Dakota. Now we have our next split of Angus heifers, 209. Twin Creek Countess 1N, Kaylin Bartell from Watrous, Saskatchewan. 210 RRW Lady 501N, Bryson Freecon from Redverse, Saskatchewan. 211 Perot Sarah 1N, Cozy Perot from Alameda, Saskatchewan. Nora Birmingham's entry was a scratch. All the Simmental exhibitors, please report to the show ring. All the junior Simmental exhibitors, come on out to the show ring. The heifer vouchers, they're going to be doing a draw, and they would like all Simmental exhibitors to come right to the ring as soon as you can.
Okay, so this year our Manitoba YCS board has done something a little bit different. We had a couple very strong fundraisers over this past summer, and we've come out with a new heifer voucher program. So this program is going to allow us as the YCS to offer 2 heifer voucher tickets to 2 of our junior members that have shown either here at our junior show at AgX or at the MSA summer show and we get to draw 2 of you guys' names here. We have currently a list of 33 breeders who have become sanctioned. They have included, or they've yeah, so we have 33 sanctioned breeders who have contributed $100 each, and that's going to be the total of 1 heifer voucher ticket. So that's $3,300. That'll be going to one of you guys, and then our Manitoba YCS board is going to match breeder contributions to give out a second one. So that'll be another $3,300. So today we're going to give out $6,600 worth of heifer credits. So I guess without any further ado, we'll draw our first name. Okay, so our first winner is Abby Durockney. Congratulations, Abby. We will make sure to send you a list of all the sanctioned breeders that have helped to support the program. Okay, our second name is Blair Morrison, which I'm not, yeah. He was entered in our summer show this past year in Lundar, so thank you guys, and a huge thank you to all the breeders that have made this program possible, not only those of you who have become sanctioned, but also those of you who have supported any of our fundraisers in the past. This program is, I think, great for our youth, and we really hope to see it continue in the future. So thanks, everyone, very much.
We have 3 entries in this split of Angus heifer calves in the Angus Junior show here. 3 really nice heifers, 3 very complete heifers that I would take either one home. Any of the 3, they'll go out and work. They're going to be great females. Up in the front, just stay on that type and kind of big, bold heifers. That's where this one comes to the top. Splitting hairs between first and second. Maybe the second place heifer is just a bit shorter in her wheelbase, in her back wheelbase here as she walks out today. Teat placement on this heifer I really appreciate in second. She's going to set a really nice udder when she gets up in her age. But 2 very bold and feminine heifers. Heifer in third place, again, a heifer I'd take home any day. Really nice, hairy heifer, very complete, very feminine, very, very competitive. Very well done.
So the placings from that third split, Angus heifers, first place, 210, RRW Lady 501N, Bryson Freecon from Redverse, Saskatchewan. Second, 211, Perot Sarah, 1N, Cozy Perot from Alameda. In third place, 209, Twin Creek Countess, 1N, Kaylin Bartel from Watrous, Saskatchewan. So we'll have our first and second place heifers from each of the splits on the Angus heifer calves coming back. First split, 203 NCC Donna 99N, Ellie Nolan from Cypress River. 201 BASKM Elba 6N, Elijah Ginter. From our second split, 224 Red Coburn Cora 5002, Lexi Coburn. 207 MAK Noel 5N Paisley Barron from Carberry, Manitoba. And from our third split, 210 RRW Lady 501N Bryson Freakon from Redverse, Saskatchewan. And 211 Perot Sarah 1N Cozy Perot from Alameda, Saskatchewan.
Here is your champion drive of heifer calves in the Junior Angus division here today. Round of applause for these exhibitors and everybody that's helped to get them ready. Really fantastic group. Congratulations. I think I've put together a group of heifers in terms of style, power, performance was what I was going for, and I think that this bunch brings that together really nicely. That being said, I'm going to go out and select you a champion and reserve champion Angus heifer calf.
Your champion Angus heifer, entry number 210, RRW Lady 501N, Bryson Freakon from Redverse, Saskatchewan. And your reserve champion, entry 224, Red Coburn Cora 5002, shown by Lexi Coburn from Briarcrest, Saskatchewan. Congratulations to the Angus champion and reserve heifers. This is my first split. In the south ring, we've started into our Charlet Heifer Calves. Entry 350, KCH Sugar Cookie, 524N, Kendra Heinsberg from Rapid City, Manitoba. 351, HTA Sonia, 5135N, Blake Airy from Rivers, Manitoba. And 352, HTA Winona, 593N, Chase Airy from Rivers, Manitoba. And rounding out the class, 353, RNK Laney, 6N, Rustin Chartier from Devlin, Ontario. Now coming in, Angus Heifer class, 212, L83 Millie, 437M, Tana Lee from West Hope, North Dakota. 213, Roach Envious Blackbird, 448M, Caden Lishka from Steelman, Saskatchewan. 214, L83 Tink, 493M, Tegan Lee from West Hope, North Dakota. 225, Red Coburn Lassie, 4071, Lexi Coburn from Briarcrest, Saskatchewan. And 215, KCH Queen, 421M, Kendra Heinsberg from Rapid City, Manitoba.
Okay, for this first split of Charolais heifer calves, we're going to start the class off with probably the most powerful female out here in the ring. We really like this female for how attractive she is in that front third, how balanced she is throughout. She's got a nice set of feet and legs under her, and one that's quite good. Moving into our second place female, one that follows our first place quite well. She's also packed with power and performance. She's maybe just starting to piece out a little bit compared to the female above her in class today. She kind of breaks in that top just a touch when compared to the female above her. Moving into our third place female, a calf that just gives up some of the overall substance and dimension when compared to these two above her in class today. One that's a little bit more refined and just giving up a little of that performance. Moving into our bottom placing here, a heifer that's quite good, and you have to appreciate her for her depth throughout that midsection. Maybe just gives up a little bit of the overall femininity and performance when compared to the females above her.
So from that first split, Charolais, 352, HTA Winona, 593N, Chase Airy from Rivers. Second place, 351, HTA Sonia, 5135N, Blake Airy from Rivers. Third, KCH Sugar Cookie, 524N, Kendra Heinsberg, Rapid City. Rounded out 353, RNK Laney, 6N, Rustin Churchay from Devlin, Ontario.
Here's your first class of yearling Angus heifers over in the junior ring. Congratulations to all these breeders, because I would take any one of these heifers home. This is a really great bunch of heifers. Style and type continuing on from the heifer calves, power and performance is what I'm looking for, and these two heifers up front really bring that to the table. Heifer up in first place just sets herself apart a little bit, just a bit stronger through that top line. Heifer in second, a little bit soggier in the middle. Not to say that that's not a good thing. It's a beautiful heifer, but just a bit of a stronger line on the top of that first place heifer. As we move down into third here, again, these two heifers up front just bring the most power and performance to the class, and this big black heifer is going to be a beautiful big cow, but just doesn't give up anything. She's a beautiful heifer, but she just doesn't quite place against the second place here today. As we get down in the line here, gives up a little bit of performance and back end and stride as we move down the class. To round out here in fifth, we've got a heifer that just doesn't have the performance to compete with the heifers above her today.
From that split, Angus, 225, Red Coburn Lassie, 4071, Lexi Coburn from Briarcrest, Saskatchewan. 214, L83 Tink, 493M, Tegan Lee, West Hope, North Dakota. Third, 215, KCH, 421M, Kendra Heinsberg, Rapid City. Fourth, L83 Millie, 437M, Tanya Lee, West Hope, North Dakota. In fifth, 213, Roach Envious Blackbird, 448M, Caden Lichka, Steelman, South Dakota. Steelman, Saskatchewan, sorry. In our second split, Charolais heifer calves, 354, HC Babyface, 591N, Riley Hunter from Roblin, Manitoba. 355, Hidden Lake Nancy, 13N, Paisley Barren, Carberry, Manitoba. 356, C2 Charlotte, 19N, Fisher Cavers from La Riviere, Manitoba. And Braden Stepler's entry is a scratch. Now in our north ring, the Angus Heifer second split, 216 Mainstream Grace, 24M Kaylin Bartel from Watrous, Saskatchewan, and 217 J Morandi Grace, 416M Owen Angus, Beausejour, Manitoba, 218 ASM Cattle Eldem Lisa, 406M Braden Stepler, Miami, Manitoba. That's Braden Stepler on the halter, not Braden.
Another split of yearlings in the Angus ring here today. These three heifers are pretty different in their style between the three of them. And you could have put them the other way around. Based on what I was looking for a little bit, I am going to take the freshest heifer in the class here today. I like the condition on this heifer. She's there, but she's still ready to go to work. I'd maybe lengthen out her wheelbase a little bit as she hits the ground. She's a bit short, but based on an overall female, I like this heifer up here in first today. In second place, really good capacity on this heifer. Love the foot structure. Hits the ground with a lot of strength and confidence. High femininity in this front end extension. Really nice heifer overall. Puts her above the the heifer in third here, again, just based on that freshness of female. This is a really showy heifer down here on the end. Beautiful udder placement, beautiful teat placement. It's going to be a lovely cow, just a little finer boned than the two above her here today.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and start this class off with this nice female here up front. You really have to appreciate how deep she is through that midsection, the nice depth of quarter that she has. She's good and strong across her top, and just a female that we like quite a bit. Moving into our second place female, one that maybe just gives up a little bit of the balance when compared to the female above her in class today. All in all, a very nice female as well. Yeah, getting a little bit outdone by the female above her in class. Rounding out the class, we have a nice female down here on the end. You really have to appreciate how attractive she is through that front third. Maybe one that just gives up in terms of length of body and just overall capacity when compared to the two females above her.
So the placings in that Charlet heifer class: first place, 355. Hidden Lake Nancy, 13N, Paisley Barron from Carberry. Second, 356, C2 Charlotte, 19N, Fisher Cavers, Lariviere, Manitoba. Third, 354, HC Babyface, 591N, Riley Hunter. I'm going to jump back to the Angus ring and announce the placings in the split that just left. First place, 218, ASM Cattle, Eldem Lisa, 406M, Bryn Stepler on the halter. Second place, 216, Mainstream Grace, 24M, Galen Bartel from Water, Saskatchewan. And in third, 217, J. Mirandi Grace, 416M, Owen Angus from Beausejour. Now we have one more split in the ring. Angus ring now just came in. 220, Perot Laura, 46M, Talia Perot from Alameda. 221, KCH Annie K, 412M, Kate Heinsberg, Rapid City. 222, RRW Candy, 409M, Bryson Frickon, Redverse, Saskatchewan. 223, Greenwood Evening Tinge, 14M, Ellie Nolan from Cypress River, Manitoba. This is the championship drive on the Charlet heifer calf side. First split was 352, HTA Winona, 593N, Chase Airy from Rivers. Second place, 351, HTA Sonia, 5135N, Blake Airy, Rivers, Manitoba. A little bit of sibling rivalry happening there. Entry number one, 355, Paisley Barron, Carberry, Manitoba. 356, C2 Charlotte, 19N, Fisher Cavers from Lariviere, Manitoba.
Okay, how about a round of applause for our Charlet heifer calf Grand Drive? There's 4 heifer calves out here that I like quite a bit. They're all different in their own ways, but I think they all have quite a bit of value in them. They're all very, very sound on the move and very feminine through that front third, and just a solid group of Charlet calves out here. So with that, Bobby's going to go out and select the 2 that we like the most.
Another really close pen of yearling heifers out here. These 2 up front, you could put these either way around. Both of these females are big, broody, and powerful. This heifer in first place, I just really like the udder set on this heifer. If you get up underneath her, she's got an even teat set, great placement, and that's what brings her to the top over this one. Both of them move out really well. Both of them have great front end extension. And a lot of capacity, depth, and performance. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's going to be what's up underneath of that bred heifer that puts her to the top over the second place heifer. Moving down the class in third place, 2 really high performance heifers, very stylish. This heifer in third, I'd maybe change up her back foot structure a little bit as to how she hits the ground and lower that tail head, but a really nice heifer. Rounding out the class, we have a very, very powerful female. I would just maybe put a touch more femininity into the front end of this heifer and stretch her wheelbase out a little bit. She hits the ground a bit short for me today to compete with the heifers above her, but a really, really great set of females. Congratulations.
We'll just jump back to the Charlet side. Your champion in the Charlet heifer calf class, 352. HTA Winona 593N, Chase Airy from Rivers, Manitoba, and your reserve was 355, Hidden Lake Nancy 13N, Paisley Barron from Carberry on the halter. We'll jump back over and announce this last Angus side here. First place was 221, KCH Annie K 412M, Kate Heinsberg, Rapid City. Second, Perot Laura 46M, Talia Perot from Alameda. Third, 223, Greenwood Evening Tinge, Ellie Nolan from Cypress River. And fourth, RRW Candy 409M, Bryson Freecon from Redvers, Saskatchewan. Now we're going in, championship drive. We should have 3 groups of 2, the champion and reserve from each of the first splits. First split, 225, Red Coburn Lassie 4071, Lexi Coburn from Briarcrest, Saskatchewan. Second there was L83 Tink 493M, Tegan Lee from West Hope, North Dakota. In our second split, ASM Cattle Eldam Lisa 406M, Bryn Stepler on the halter from Miami, Manitoba. 216, Mainstream Grace 24M, Kaylin Bartel from Watrous, Saskatchewan. And out of our last split, 221, KCH Annie K 412M, Kate Heinsberg from Rapid City. And 220, Perot Laura 46M, Talia Perot from Alameda, Saskatchewan. Well, I had my back turned. The Charlet heifers come in the ring. 359, SVY Starstruck 437M, Chase Airy from Rivers, Manitoba, and 360 C2 Kenzie 4134M, Fisher Cavers from La Riviere, Manitoba. 2 entries in that class.
Here's your champion drive of yearling heifers. Fantastic group. As mentioned in other classes, I would take any one of these heifers home. Really great group of cattle all the way through this show, and this is just a great class here to finish off on our championship of yearling heifers. All the way through, I've been talking about power and performance. I want a female that's going to go and make me my next bull in my bullpen, and it's going to be a longevity and do that year after year and give me that performance to keep giving me those calves. I'm going to go out and select a female, a champion, and a reserve that I feel reflects those points.
Okay, we have 2 very impressive Charolais bred heifers out here in this class. We're going to go ahead and start the class off with this heifer up front here. You really have to appreciate how feminine she is through that front third, the boldness to that midsection. She's setting down a very nice udder, and she just looks very good, and I value her very highly. The heifer that's going to follow her today maybe just gives up a little bit of that length of neck and a little bit of that foot structure that this first place heifer carries. So a very nice couple breds.
I'll just quickly tell you who those champions were in the Charolais class. 359 SVY Starstruck 437M, Chase Airy from Rivers. And your reserves, C2 Kenzie 4134M, Fisher Cavers from La Riviere, Manitoba. So your grand champion in the Angus heifer side of things, entry number 225, Red Coburn Lassie 4071, Lexi Coburn from Briarcrest, Saskatchewan. And your reserve is entry 221, KCH Annie K412M, Kate Heinsberg from Rapid City, Manitoba. Congratulations to the Angus exhibitors. Our overall Charolais champion female, from the calf side of things, our champion was 352 HTA Winona 593N, Chase Airy from Rivers, and our reserve was 355 Hidden Lake Nancy 13N, Paisley Barron from Carberry. And on the yearling heifer side, champion was 359 SVY Starstruck 437M, Chase Airy from Rivers, and the reserve with 360 C2 Kenzie 4134M, Fisher Cavers from La Riviere, Manitoba.
Okay, how about a round of applause for our Charolais champion drive? I think there's 4 really nice females out here. I think that they're all good in their own right, and they all are going to be very competitive in the future. With that being said, Bobby's going to go out and select our Grand and then Reserve Charolais female.
Your grand champion, Charolais female, 359, SVY Starstruck, 437M, Chase Airy from Rivers, Manitoba. And your reserve champion, 352, HTA Winona, 593N. Also, Chase Airy, Rivers, Manitoba.
Here's your champion drive of females in the Junior Angus ring. Congratulations to all 4 of these exhibitors. 4 very, very nice females. I've said several times here today that I'd take any one of these females home, and that is the case again. Every single one has the attributes and their power and their performance, and they're 4 fantastic females. And you should be proud of yourselves to be out here in this final drive. Congratulations to all 4 of you. I'm going to go out and pick you a champion and a reserve that are the two females that come to the top for me. Thank you again to the Angus Association for having me as your junior judge here today.
So our grand champion, Angus female, 225, Red Coburn Lassie, 4071, Lexi Coburn from Briarcrest, Saskatchewan. And our reserve is 210, RRW Lady 501N, Bryson Freakon from Redverse, Saskatchewan. Congratulations to our Angus exhibitors.
Are we allowed to do that?
Shorthorn heifer calves in the south ring. 780 Herburn PR Nina Ruby 15N Delaney Vandersloot from Elm Creek, Manitoba. 781 GT Willow 91N Jaron Vandersloot from Elm Creek, Manitoba. 782 Headley Kathy Joyful 21N Brooklyn Headley from Rapid City. And 783 Lingley's Dakara 11N Castleton Scott from Oakview, Manitoba. For heifer calves in your Shorthorn heifer calf show. I believe the Speckled Parks are getting ready to come in our north ring, and they're going to tell you a little bit about what's going on over there.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As we kick off our Junior Speckled Park show here at Provincial X, we just wanted to do a bit of a plug for the Canadian Junior Speckled Park Association donation heifer. In 2023, we elected a board of directors for the Canadian Junior Speckled Park Association, and we also started a donation heifer for our national sale at Agribition. Proceeds from the sale go towards initiatives and facilitating opportunities for our junior youth. This year, we are incredibly grateful to PJS Speckled Park, who has been with us here this week, for donating the 2025 donation heifer. Proceeds from this year's raffle will go directly toward creating the Australian Exchange Fund and helping strengthen international connections and create unforgettable experiences for our junior members. The auction will be held in conjunction with Canadian Western Agribition. She'll be lot 1 in the sale, and the sale will be done Dutch auction style. If you have any questions, you can reach out to any member of the Speckled Park Association or our 2 chairpersons for the Junior Association. So in the arena right now, just showing off, strutting her stuff, is lot number 1, PJS Nina 86N. She is our donation heifer, gratefully donated by PJS Speckled Park.
Okay, we're going to lead this class of shorthorn females off with this heifer calf up front here. You really have to appreciate how attractive she is through that front third. She's very deep through her midsection and very strong across her top. Female that's got a bright future ahead of her. The female that's going to follow her maybe just lacking a little bit of that boldness to the midsection that the heifer has above her. And she could just carry that quarter down a little deeper into her stifle when compared to the female above her in class. Moving into our third place female, one that's made a little bit different than our top 2 here. I'd like to see just a little bit more depth to that midsection in order for her to stand any higher. The female down here rounding out the class, maybe just giving up a little bit of the overall capacity and the overall dimension that the females above her in class possess.
I'll quickly give the placings in that Shorthorn class, and then I'll introduce the Speckled Parks coming in the North Ring. First place, 782, Headley Kathy Joyful, 21N, Brooklyn Headley, Rapid City, Manitoba. Second, 781, GT Willow, 91N, Jaron Vandersloot, Elm Creek, Manitoba. Third, 783, Lingley's Takara, 11N, Castleton Scott from Oakview, Manitoba. And fourth, 780, Herburn, PR, Nina Ruby, 15N, Delaney Vandersloot. That's this group here. All right, I'll just talk a little quieter to let that heifer settle down for a minute. In our Speckled Park heifer class, 1050, Prairie Belle Nala 1N, Cajun Solder from Fairlight, Saskatchewan. 1051, Skyline Wilcox, Neva 31N, Emma Wilcox from Tree Earn. And 1052, Extremes Gabby 7N, Jalen Lynch, Redverse, Saskatchewan. 3 heifers in our Speckled Park heifer class this afternoon. Just want to give a plug to Show Champions, your show photographers here. Make sure you touch base with them. They've been taking lots of pictures of our champions. I know they've got a lot of candid shots through the ring. So touch base with those folks and get photos of your juniors showing here today. Lots of memories made. They've got the perfect photos to capture the memories. In our south ring, I'll introduce you to our shorthorn yearling heifers. 784, GT Cheeky 71M, Jaron Vandersloot from Elm Creek. 785, Armac Remington Rose 16M, Castleton Scott from Oakview, Manitoba. 227, Headley Jesse 17M, Wilson Lehman from Chaplin, Saskatchewan. 786, JTPH Daisy Sophie 422M, Savannah Bjarnason, Gladstone, Manitoba. 787, Headley Florence 5M, being shown by Brooklyn Headley from Rapid City, Manitoba.
Here's our heifer division of the Speckled Park Junior Show today. 3 really nice entries in the Junior Show. I'd say all of these three have their own attributes. Starting off the class, this heifer up front, she puts herself above the heifer in second, just on that teat set underneath her. She's got a good spread of teat set under there. She's got a good wheelbase. She's a thick heifer. I'd maybe extend her out in the front a little bit and give her a bit more femininity up front and a bit more front end extension. The heifer in second, she's a little tired here today, ready to go home, but it's just making her walk up out of her skeleton a little bit as she comes up and moves. And I would just change that teat setup underneath her, but a lot of dimension in this heifer, and she's going to grow into a real nice broody female. Ending up the class is a heifer that's not got as much age as the heifers up in front. We've got a March-born heifer, and I think that for her age, she's going to come into herself really nice. She just doesn't quite have the boldness and the rib shape of the heifers up in front of her to compete today.
Thank you, Alice. First place, Speckle Park Heifer Calf, 1052, Extreme Scabby 7N, Jalen Lynch from Redvers, Saskatchewan. Second place, 1051, Skyline Wilcox Neva 31N, shown by Emma Wilcox from Treeherne, Manitoba. In our Speckled Park yearling heifer, we only have one entry, 1053 JSP Marvel 124M Cajun Solder from Fairlight, Saskatchewan.
In our yearling heifer division of the Speckle Parks over here, we've just got the one entry. This is a very free-moving female. She's going to go out and make a good old brood cow. It would have been good for her to have some competition today. I think that she would have competed well. But she's a nice profiled heifer, really feminine, gets out and moves. Congratulations on your entry here today.
I'm just going to jump ahead of you there, Cody, and tell you about the champion Speckled Park yearling, JSP Marvel, 124M, Cajun Sauter from Fairlight, Saskatchewan. And then she will go up against the champion from the heifers, 1052 Extreme Scabby 7N, Jalen Lynch from Redvers for overall champion heifer. Go ahead, Cody.
Okay, we're going to start this class of shorthorn yearling females off with this roan female up front. You really have to appreciate the neck extension in this female, the overall boldness to that midsection and the depth in her hind quarter. This is a female that I think will be very competitive in the future. Moving into our second place female, one that complements our leadoff female quite well. She maybe just gives up a little bit of the foot structure when compared to the female above her in class, but you do really have to appreciate the mass and the overall substance in this female. Moving into our third place female, one that maybe just gives up a little bit in terms of overall mass and performance. She's maybe just a hair shorter than these front two females, and that's what's going to bring her down in class today. Moving into our next place female here, one that's maybe just giving up a little bit of the foot structure when compared to the females above her in class. I'd maybe just like to put a little more heel under her and shorten up those back claws just a little bit to stand any higher. The female that's going to round out our class maybe just isn't quite as balanced as these females that are above her in class today, but again, a female who's very, very good in her own right. So good job, guys.
So our champion shorthorn yearling, 786 JTPH Daisy Sophie, 422M, Svena Bjarnason from Gladstone, Manitoba. And our reserve champion, 227 Headley Jesse, 17M, Wilson Lehman from Chaplin, Saskatchewan, is on the halter.
Here's your Speckle Park champion female drive over in the North Ring. Before I go out and select a grand and reserve champion, thank you to the AgX committee for having me out here judging this afternoon and today. It's been a pleasure, and it's been awesome to see such enthusiastic juniors that are bringing their passion and their love for the cattle industry and showing it off here today. So congratulations to all the exhibitors and all breeds and all showmanship classes today. What a phenomenal set of juniors and great cattle. Okay, I'll go out and select you a champion and a reserve champion, Speckle Park.
Congratulations to our Speckle Park champions. Your grand champion, Speckle Park female, 1052, Extreme Scabby 7N, Jalen Litch from Redvers, Saskatchewan, is on the halter. And your reserve, 1053, JSP Marvel, 124M with Cajun Sauter from Fairlight, Saskatchewan, on that halter. Looks to me like we got a championship drive going in the shorthorn ring. Coming back from the calf class, 782, Headley Cathy Joyful, 21N, Brooklyn Headley, Rapid City, Manitoba. And 781 GT Willow 91N, Jaron Vandersluis from Elm Creek, Manitoba. On the yearling heifer side, 786 JT PH Daisy Sophie 422M, Svena Bjarnason from Gladstone. And 227 Headley Jesse 17M with Wilson Lehman from Chaplin, Saskatchewan on the halter.
Okay, how about a round of applause for our shorthorn champion females out here? I think we have 4 very nice females out here in the ring. Each one of them is going to go out and become their own unique breeding piece. And I think there's a lot of high quality out here in the ring right now. So with that being said, Bobby's going to go out and select our grand and then reserve champion shorthorn female.
Your grand champion, Shorthorn female, 786, JTPH Daisy Sophie 422M, owned and operated by Savannah Bjarnason from Gladstone, Manitoba. Reserve, 782, Headley Kathy Joyful 21N, Brooklyn Headley from Rapid City, Manitoba on the halter. As we're moving towards the end of this show, a huge thank you again to Cody Carson, Bobby Joe Foster, Alice Rook, our judges here today. They kept 2 rings going steady since 9 o'clock this morning. They've been on their feet, shuffling back and forth, managing to put up with me, trying to keep 1 ring ahead of the other all the time. And it's been a pleasure working with you, and we certainly appreciate the expertise you brought to the judge's position and sharing your knowledge and experience with these young exhibitors. So in the Shorthorn Plus, we have one heifer calf and one yearling heifer. We have the yearling heifer in first, 789 White Mud Moonshine 2M, Savannah Bjarnason from Gladstone, Manitoba. And with a heifer calf, Shorthorn Plus heifer calf, 788 Van Ridge Ardell Rosie Nolana Delaney Vandersloos from Elm Creek, Manitoba. If you needed further proof that our judges know their way around a cattle show, there it is right there, helping a young exhibitor get through a bit of a tight spot with her heifer. I'm going to talk a little quieter now.
Okay, before we get wrapped up here with our last class, Bobby and I would both like to say a big thank you to AgX and the Provincial X Board for having us out here. We've been coming to this show for a lot of years now, and to be out here in the ring doing the evaluating ourselves is something that's pretty special to both of us, so thank you guys for that. With that being said, we're going to go ahead and go out and select our Grand and Reserve Shorthorn Plus female. We're going to go and select a female that we feel is very good in terms of her neck extension, boldness to that midsection, and just an overall breeding piece that's going to do very well in the future.
Your grand champion, Shorthorn Plus female, 788, Van Ridge R. Del Rosie Nolana, showed by Delaney Vandersloos from Elm Creek, Manitoba. And your reserve champion, 789, White Mud Moonshine, 2M, Savannah Bjarnason from Gladstone, Manitoba. Apparently we're all out of cattle to show. That's a wrap on the 2025 Manitoba AgX. A great day here with 100 junior exhibitors showing you what the future of this show looks like. They'll all be coming back with about 15 head in their string next year. We'll have to make room in the barns for everything. Congratulations to our exhibitors. Thanks again our judges, Cody Carson, Bobby Joe Foster, and Ellis Rook today. Spent all day out here sorting these cattle. Did a great job working with our young exhibitors. It's been a great week On behalf of the Provincial Exhibition of Manitoba, I'd like to thank all the exhibitors, all the sponsors, and all the participants that came and supported. Thanks everybody for putting on a great show, and we'll see you all here next year, right around Halloween time for Manitoba Ag X.